Wicket, sir.
Some of the stuff. Other side, yeah. Kalim. Is Kalim? Kareem is his name? Kalim. Come right arm over to you. Audrey. Ready? Ready, Skip? Ready, Skipper? Ready? Ajay. All right, let's play, gentlemen. Red on!
And good morning to all viewers on this, the opening match of the Sports and Culture Fund on the 1914 tournament. We have Masqueraders versus Hummingbirds. Masqueraders winning the toss and sending in Hummingbirds. And opening the batting for the Hummingbirds is Riyad Mohammed, outstanding school cricketer. And the other opening batsman is Nail Mohammed. Both opening batsmen carry the Mohammed name. And it's a beautiful day here at the National Cricket Centre for this opening match in the Sports and Culture Fund on the 1914 tournament. And let me welcome the main commentator today.
Pleasant good morning. Keshav Bahadur Singh here, reporting for duty.
Also, concurrently, we have the under 16-14 tournament, also sponsored by the Sport and Culture Fund of the Office of the Prime Minister. And those matches will be taking place at Gregg Street in Balmain and at Gilbert Park in California. As I said, they would run concurrently together with this, the under 19s. So there's a lot of cricket still in store for cricket fans and the young players, especially in the Cricket Board's development program, providing all the great opportunities for them to show their skills and look forward to stepping up their game and with an eye on national representation and regional tournaments coming up. So, Mr. Baharu Singh, what's your impression so far?
Well, thus far it's a decent start by the Hummingbirds. 3 without loss, just 5 deliveries gone. Joshua James, a very exciting young fast bowler, as we know in the recent under-19 final. He was excellent with his opening spell for North as they clinched the title. So it's a very good tournament we have here, this under-19 Cup, where we have some of the best on show. That's an excellent delivery. Right on cue with that one there is James. Getting some nice bonks and just movement away from the left-handed batsman Riyad Mohammed. So good start there, 3 without loss after the first over.
The Masqueraders, you know, have seen a lot of, quite a few players who played in the final when the North Zone team won the inter-zone tournament, sponsored by the Point Lisas Steel Products Limited on the 19 inter-zone. And a lot of the North Zone got representation in this 4 teams, so all eyes would be on them. As you know, North Zone previous years were missing in the championship finals and have bounced back really great this season.
As we just see a look at that replay again, excellent delivery from James, getting some nice bonks, good purchase off of this pitch. So we have another opening bowler from that end, Abdur Rahman Juman, who also played for North in that final. So as you rightfully stated, a lot of players on show here from that final match. And from the Hummingbirds team, we see some players from the South and Southeast region who were unfortunate not to make the finals, but still had a very good performance in the tournament. That one is a rising delivery there, well felt by Mohammed.
Get it up there.
Looks like a really good pitch here.
Yeah, we are seeing all kudos to the bowlers who are making, you know, all use of the opening overs, and Mohammed did very well to control, and you know he dropped his wrist on that ball to get it down, else he could have easily fly into the slips.
Yeah, that's very true. That was excellent control there, because we know how those short rising deliveries can trouble batsmen very easily. And we see another one, that one angled down the leg side, so try to pull it away aggressively, but not getting all of it. No run in the end.
And the National Cricket Centre wicket here, you know, has usually been favouring the batsman. You know, normally you get good batting, good batsmen getting him on the runs. But I think this morning it's really has some life and offering some assistance to the fast bowlers.
It's a nice shot there. Again, just played into the short cover position for no run, but
shaping up nicely.
yes, indeed.
Well, I think as the sun comes out later in the morning, you know, it will dry out a bit and should settle down.
As we can see just from the camera view, the pitch certainly looks very nice for batting, and I'm sure these batsmen would just want to take their time, settle in these first few overs, and then look to get a big score.
And tribute must be paid to the groundsmen here at the National Cricket Centre. They have been doing really an excellent job.
That's one. He's just flashing at that outside the off stump, passing the outside edge, but safely to the keeper. Take a look at the replay here. So Juman, very nice line and length thus far, and that one just seaming away as it pitched to deceive the batsman Kaleem Mohammed. So this opening pair, notably, is actually the opening pair for Presentation College San Fernando, who won the secondary schools Premiership League in the 50 overs format. So very good understanding between those two, Kaleem Mohammed and Riyad Mohammed. That one is driven just wide of the short cover and they get an easy single, showing the understanding. He took off before he even called him.
Yeah, and as you said, they have been playing a lot of schools cricket, so they should have, you know, a understanding of how each play and good communication running between the wickets and so. I think they started a bit cautiously as expected, and they would have their eyes set on putting a good opening partnership and lay the foundation for what could be a very challenging total.
So one just angled down the leg side. No run. Played to that fielder at square leg. So tidy over from Juman. Just one run coming from it.
Yeah, he's tried to hammer that one into, but he didn't get the height that he wanted. And as I was saying, the wicket here at the National Cricket Centre over the past weeks has seen a lot of cricket being played. We have the triangular women's playing almost every other day. We had the zone final, under 19 inter-zone final, and the groundsmen here have been doing a very good work in having this ground ready, prepared, the wicket prepared, and have been favored with sunny conditions. A bit dry, but I think the cricketers would appreciate the kind of surface they are playing on.
Yeah, I must say it really is excellent work by these groundsmen, because you can see their presence at every game, and the thing is, even apart from looking at them at the game, we know how much work it takes before the game and even after as well. So, you know, it's really good work here as we see the umpire just checking something on the bat of Riyad Mohammed. But to have a pitch in such an excellent condition with so much cricket being played, you know, it's good for these young cricketers to have this opportunity on a good surface.
Quite right.
James runs in again. It's one angle into the body, that's tucked away on that leg side. Kaleem Mohammed usually a very aggressive batsman by his nature, so cautious start as you noted.
As they should do. You know, they're still trying to sort out, you know, the opening bowlers, get their sights in. It's a very bright, so they shouldn't have any problems. Sun ready, great conditions, lovely day for cricket.
Oh, that one seems to have struck him on the helmet. I think they just have to check and make sure he's all right there. What a fiery delivery from James, though, as we just take a look again. Rising delivery there, Kaleem Mohammed trying to play that one straight back behind the bowler. But the amount of pace and bounce certainly beat him.
I think he lost sight of that ball. Yeah, he may have expected it to lift a little more, and he just swung at it, trying to shoot it over the cricket center, Liquor Administration Center. But luckily, it did not make contact with his body. And that's a better shot. And a direct hit, an appeal. But I think he may have just got in. Good running.
Good running indeed. The umpires didn't seem phased. Very good attempt with the direct hit. But batsman got home safely. Umpires seem to have not been aware fully at that point in time, but
yes, he may have taken his eye off the ball yes, for a moment. Yeah,
I'm sure he wished he had the privilege of signaling for the third umpire at this point in time. But from just looking at that, batsman seemed to have been in, so we give him the benefit of the doubt, as they would say.
Of course. If it was a little bit closer, we might have had some problems in determining. No ball.
A lovely delivery again from James. It's a no ball.
No ball, yeah, he called a no ball. Nice. Yes, and we have here in the cricket center Mr. Azim Bassara, the president of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, newly elected vice president of Cricket West Indies. And we congratulate him on his elevation. And he has just shown me something, and I'll talk about it after this delivery.
No.
Yes, the president, Mr. Basrada, showed me that only news has broken that former national women's captain in the West Indies, Captain Marissa Aguilera, she has been inducted into the MCC club. I think it's the Hall of Fame, is it? The first West Indian to be afforded that honor. Honoraries, she has been made an honorary life member of the MCC, you know, that hallowed cricket organization in London, England. She joins people like MS Dhoni, Julan Goswami, Jenny Gunn of England, Muhammad Hafiz, Rachel Hayes, Laura Marsh, Eoin Morgan, Mushraf Mortaza, Kevin Peterson, Suresh Raina, Mitali Raj, you know, those great cricketers. So it's a great honor for Marissa and for Trinidad and Tobago and the West Indies and women's cricket on the whole.
Of course, much congratulations going out to her. In fact, I noticed her presence around the under-19 girls team as well, which is, you know, really great to see these former players giving back in every aspect. Apart from reaching those international accolades, they are still coming on the ground and giving their best. You know, Anisa Mohammed being the assistant coach to that team as well, and they have been going very well in that tournament thus far. So kudos to Miss Aguilera again. See James runs in again here. That one outside the off stump, played into that fielder. So a couple no balls in the sofa, James. He would just be mindful of that. I think looking at the recently concluded 4-day series, a lot of fast bowlers had issues with no balls. So it's something we'd want to fix from the youth stage, especially at this under-19 level, before they progress to that national stage.
What I think James has been trying to bowl a little too quickly. We may have been concentrating on bowling, putting in a fast one, and that may have caused him to overstep a bit. But generally, he has control, and as you said, he should keep an eye on that. Given away needless runs at this stage, you know, it's not the perfect start for the field side.
Yeah, especially when you're bowling so well, you don't want any extras to just ruin that momentum and give away anything easily. You see here, Riyad Mohammed running down half the track looking for that single, but Kaleem not interested. Feel that was very close scene, and the thing is, these players would know each other extremely well. Apart from playing together in the school circuit, there's also the zonal circuit, there's the club circuit, and also the national under-19 team that's involved in the premiership in the South Division. So a lot of understanding from these batsmen about the fielders around them, the bowlers they're facing. As you see, Juman comes in again here, and that's another wild slash there by Kaleem Mohammed. Looks like he certainly wants to break free here. But early days yet, you know, he'd be cautioned to just take his time.
I think this ball kept a little low. You know, we are noticing that the opening batsmen here, they are miscalculating a bit on the lift that the ball deliveries they are facing, and it just shows the nature of the wicket so early in the opening. We had just had 3.1 overs, you know, so again.
Now I've noticed those balls wide outside the off stump to the right-hander have kept a bit low, but once he pitches in line with that off stump, he gets a nice bounce and for the ball to rise. So really and truly, I mean, it's encouragement for the bowlers to hit their line spot on, because you are getting assistance from the pitch if you pitch the ball in that corridor of uncertainty.
And I think he's encouraged to bowl outside the off stump by the kind of shots that the batsmen are playing, you know, to get that edge.
That was a full delivery and flicked away very nicely by Kaleem Mohammed to get a first boundary of the day for 4 runs there. So that one, once you pitch on his pads and it's too full, he will make you pay the price. And as we see there, Juman just strain a little bit. And Kaleem Mohammed, a very nice flick shot there.
Risky shot by him. Got it full, almost full length. And he drove it through mid-wicket area, mid-on area.
So I'm sure he'll be very happy for that first boundary. You know, aggressive batsman like Kaleem, sometimes you would think the first run for any batsman is a milestone. But for him, I'm sure the first boundary is also a milestone. Angle into the body and flicked away, and they get a quick single. Throw to the stumps and good backing up there, right along one fielder. So good cricket all around.
That's a nice start. A nice start by the Hummingbirds.
Riyad Mohammed, left-handed opening batter for Presentation College San Fernando. As you mentioned earlier, these two batsmen, in fact, were the leading run scorers for the Secondary Schools Cricket League. So they have a great chemistry between them, and they know how to score a lot of runs, especially when they bat together.
I think that's what you could describe as a formidable opening, opening batting for the Hummingbirds.
Especially when you look at the left-hand, right-hand combination, which is most critical right now in international cricket, as we see many of the international teams, whether it be the Test version, ODI, T20, they have this mixture of right and left to just add that bit of variety when the bowler is approaching the crease, having to know changes angles, changes delivery line, as we saw even in the last over from James, where he bowled a couple no balls going around the wicket as compared to over. So here we'd see how he fares again. That one keeping low, and Kaleem Mohammed again slashing outside the off stump, but that ball passing beneath the bat. So just has to be mindful to keep his eyes on it here. Once he watches the ball onto the bat, he will get good connection.
Yeah, I think they need to be very, very cautious on letting that bat fly outside the off stump. Keep their eye on the ball. I don't think it would do any harm to, once they sight the ball properly, to just let it go. Needlessly, playing a loose shot outside the off stump would easily get an edge. Again, and I think it just dropped short.
Yes, it in fact just dropped short of the keeper.
Another shot chasing that ball outside the off stump.
Right on cue, as you mentioned, the edge.
The edge.
Same delivery. That one just pushing a bit too much of that was Mohammed. Could have held his bat and just kept the shot in check.
I think now James and Rahman they have detected the penchant of the opening batsman to go after the ball outside the off stump, and I think they are trying to exploit, And again, outside the off stump, Kaleem just letting it go. Doesn't time it all that well, and it just rolls out in front.
You can almost feel the suspense building here, as if something's going to happen very soon, whether it be a boundary, whether it be a wicket. But good battle here thus far between the bowler and the batsman. Thus far, James having the upper hand. And he's bowled really well expect for those no balls, but would love to get a wicket here as he charges in again. That one short outside the off stump. He'll be missing that chance there, Mohammed. That one set up to be square cut, but again a bit of extra bounce. So it's either we're seeing not enough bounce or sometimes a bit extra than usual to deceive the batsman.
The bowlers, I think, are getting some encouragement, not only from the wicket, but for the kind of shots the batsmen are playing, to going after their strokes. They are not inhibited in any way. As you said, they have been playing together for quite some time. They have been getting runs. So it's quite understandable that they would go after their shots.
Yeah, once you have that confidence flowing with you, and I mean, the way Mohammed has played this season, in fact, I recall against Napri Makaj, he scored a wonderful century, one of the best centuries I've seen in secondary schools cricket, because that game was very important for their title chase. But apart from that fact, it's the manner in which he approached the innings. From ball one, there was a boundary, and he played a lot of proper cricket and shots. This morning we have seen a bit of rash decision making in terms of some loose shots being on offer, but that shot exactly is what I was speaking about. That textbook drive, he was very fluent in his batting during that innings and played the ball over cover, over mid-off, long off, wherever you want with ease.
Yeah, that was an excellent shot. That it shows everything is balanced. He sighted the ball well, hand coordination, just getting the ball hitting the meat of the bat. But unfortunately for him, straight to the fieldsman.
So at the end of the 5th over, Hummingbirds 14 without loss. James.
They're going quite nicely. Opening overs, 14. And these young men, under 19, have been playing a lot of cricket for this past season. In the secondary schools, the zone cricket, interzone.
It's a nice looking shot there from Riyad Mohammed. So in contrast to Kaleem, as we talk about the balance of the opening pair, he's a very steady batsman, takes his time at the crease, doesn't really let anything faze him. And by all means, he can still hit the boundaries when the ball and the opportunity is there. But, he's very watchful in the start of his innings, looks to get those singles, looks to rotate the strike. And, a very promising prospect is this Riyad Mohammed as well. As you see, another good quick single taken there.
Yeah, Riyad Mohammed has been spoken about by a lot of people, knowledgeable cricket people who admire his approach to cricket and his technical skill and his overall approach to the game. He seems to be, if he goes along this current trajectory, he should have a bright future ahead of him in local and regional cricket.
Yeah, certainly a lot of potential, and it's just to harness the potential, which is why, it's an excellent initiative by the Ttcb to have these games constantly for these young cricketers. Previously, it would have only been school cricket and zone cricket at most, and now to have them involved in cricket throughout the entire season. I mean, we know now is the Easter vacation, so these youngsters ideally would have been probably looking to go to the beach, to go elsewhere, but to show their commitment to the game is really commendable. One is punched nicely into the offside. Again, getting a quick single there. Good work by the fielder.
Very attractive shot. Getting into position very quickly and stroking it very nicely, well timed. And as you said, that this has been one of the platforms of the president of the cricket board, Mr. Bassarat, that he has always emphasized the need to provide as much opportunity as possible for the young cricketers. And as a result of his planning and his soliciting of sponsorship and so that there has been a lot of cricket being played.
Yes, and noticeably not only with the male version of the game, but also the female version of the game, as we see that under 19 tri-series between Trinidad and Tobago, the Windwards and Barbados being played right here at the National Cricket Centre. So it's very excellent for all of these youngsters, both boys and girls, to get involved in cricket on a constant basis.
Well, the Ttcb has been in a supporting role of the Women's Association, giving them all the support in women's cricket. And also currently we have a 4-day camp, the Ttcb, that is right here at the Frank Worrell development center for young children between 6 and 11 years old. And the zones have been asked to nominate the young children who are currently, as you said, on Easter vacation. So they have been there, supervised by experienced coaches, and they have been involved in learning technical aspects of cricket, and also they are doing some scholastic work and intermingling. And it has been a really enthusiastic response that we have been seeing. Some parents also remain with the kids and help with the supervision and so. But another excellent initiative by the cricket board for the Easter Bunny Camp, and I think this is also sponsored by I think a sports company has been sponsoring this initiative.
Yeah, I must say the attendance is very impressive as well. I mean, even just trying to drive in here this morning, there were cars out onto the road, you know, in that outer driveway area. So for the parents to be taking their kids all over at this point in time and to focus their development on cricket is really refreshing to see. It's very easy to just take a vacation and, you know, use this time to get some relaxing time away from the usual sports and studies and so on. But to use this Easter vacation and to get those kids involved in sport, you know, sport right now is really an avenue for everything in your life. You can have a career through sport. Traditionally, we know it would have been either sport or books, and now we are seeing athletes being able to balance both and, you know, develop a lifestyle. So from a young age, it's good to have that all-round capabilities on store.
You see, the involvement of parents too cannot be underestimated where they push their children into these programs. It's excellent.
Yeah, and it starts even from a young age. I mean, some of the parents, you see them bringing their kids from 4 to 5 years old in these training camps. So we see the end of that delivery there from James. So initially, I think once you start them from that young age, you develop a passion for these cricketers. And as they grow older, the parents just see the development, and it encourages them to keep on going. I was speaking to a parent just yesterday, in fact, who has a son on this team. You know, he's just around 14 or 15 years old, so not minded to be in the starting side, but just the experience. She was speaking so highly of the involvement of these cricketers and the fact that, you know, even her son was very proud to be in this aspect of the game and to have that experience of all of these senior men around him and to draw from them. You see a lovely delivery there again from James, that one rising and passing the outside edge of the bat. Just shaping away at the last moment. Too hot to handle even for the keeper there.
Yeah. And got a bit of lift too again. So the wicket really is playing nicely, you know, giving encouragement to the bowlers, and the batsmen also getting that encouragement to play their shots, to play through the line and get some runs.
That one a bit lower, pitch on the stumps. Played carefully by Kaleem as he just signaled there with his glove that the ball is getting a bit of movement away.
And looking quite nicely composed player, getting his all shots, you know, playing straight, making contact with the meat of the bat.
Once he gets set here, Mohammed Kaleem, that is, you know, a very dangerous player. And if this opening pair can bat, I think, past the first 10 overs without losing a wicket, they can go on to set a very huge score.
Well, the scoring rate is about 2.7, which the Masqueraders would be quite happy with at this stage, because they are playing against two, as you said, very experienced and talented batsmen who have notched up a lot of runs already for the season, playing for a championship-winning secondary schools team. So they would be, Masqueraders would be very pleased to have more or less restricted them in the first 6 overs. You know, it's a good battle between bat and ball here at the National Cricket Centre.
Again, a lovely looking shot, but no run as it was played straight to the fielder. And I think the quality of this battle just shows the level of competitiveness and the high caliber of cricket on display by these youngsters. I mean, personally, from just observing the under-19, under-17, under-15 circuits, over the last couple of months and in the zonal games as well as the secondary school games, you have seen the improvement as well, and that's good to note. It's not that they are coming out and doing the same thing every game, but they are learning and they are growing each game as they come to show their skills on display. Otherwise, a fuller delivery drifted into the pads and played nicely into that cow corner region by Kaleem Mohammed. So that one runs away for another boundary there. But again, once you miss your line and length, Kaleem will take advantage of it.
I think he was trying that from the beginning. He had made some attempts at that shot, but he finally got it wrong this time. I know we are joined here by Mr. David Furlong, the Red Force coach, chief selector, who is also keeping a close eye, a keen eye on the activities here in this under 19 tournament. As you said, it starts with the children at this young age and the bunny camp that is taking place here. And this, the under 19s, are the pinnacle of that development program. After this, you know, the next stage is national representation. So this is the cream of the crop of the development program.
Of course. It's very good to see Mr. Furlong here looking on at these youngsters, because after the under 19 level, apart from the under 23, the next step really and truly is the national senior team. And in fact, around the globe, we have seen players from 18 or 19 years old making their debut in the international stage. So by all means, these players are aware of the opportunities that they have, and they'll just have to make the most of it once they get the chance. Tremendous train on the legs there. That one flicked into the leg side, but no run. Picked up by Nalmingo, also of the North team, and Fatima College.
No success yet for the Masqueraders. And they would have been hoping, I think, by now to send back at least one. But the Mohammed boys are showing that the earlier success in the schools cricket is no fluke.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult to get these batsmen out, because the thing is, they have batted so much this season and they have put a value on their wicket. They have not been out cheaply or given it away as easily as other batsmen might have done. But you know, they appreciate spending time in the wicket and they make the bowlers work very hard. So once they can take their time again and bat this initial spell, just see past the variable bonks, get accustomed to the pitch, it's essentially everything up to them. It's on a fuller delivery and driven to the offside. And Riyad, normally a batsman might be a bit worried, you know, 4-dot balls, and he's not scoring as freely as his other partner. But at the same time, Riyad Mohammed has a lot of composure, and you know, his mental strength will allow him to push past these instances and not letting that phase him.
And that's a great quality, that's a great characteristic, that they can exercise some sort of patience. Because you know, at this age, patience is something that is hard to come by. So when you can see them putting their heads down and batting, it's always welcome. Because one of the key aspects of the game is shot selection. You have to know which ball you pick your ball to play at, and which you're seeking runs that can bring you runs. And I think they have so far demonstrated, you know, this ability to pick the right ball, except what one or two shots which can be accepted early on because of the varying lift that the bowlers got from the wicket. But I think they have settled down nicely now.
Yeah, of course, it's always about playing each ball on its merit and respecting the good deliveries from the bowler, as Juman does well there.
And both Masqueraders opening bowlers, Juman and Rahman, did, I think, reasonably well so far. You know, the run rate is 2.75, and except for a couple no balls, they have handled their task admirably.
Yeah, James and Juman have really been putting in some good work here. And again, we speak about batting partnerships, but also bowling partnerships are crucial in this game, because both James and Juman would have opened the bowling for North throughout that zonal season. And just being able to understand how each other bowls, obviously, both of them trying to get that ball to move away from the right-handed batsman and into the left. But James sometimes getting a bit more purchase from the pitch, and Juman just trying to be a bit skiddy in his delivery. So, as we would see with James' deliveries, he starts with that high-handed approach. When he runs to the crease, he keeps his hand upright, and that allows him to get a nice trajectory on the ball. As you see here, his hand just hangs in the air, and look at that delivery. Deceiver Mohammed again, moving away, keeping that seam position upright. What a peach of a delivery from James.
Yeah. Ball just missing the edge of the bat and going to the wicket keeper.
And that seam position is so important. And the fact that he can maintain keeping his wrist up there and keeping that ball in the seam position he desires, he can move it either in or out of the batsman to suit.
That's quite interesting, you pointing out that the different style of the two bowlers. It would certainly be a challenge for the batsman.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you think it's just a pace bowler from one end and a pace bowler from the other end, but subtle variations in their movement, their approach to the crease, even where they deliver. Some bowlers tend to bowl closer to the umpire, some bowlers tend to deliver a bit wider off the crease, and all of those factors just change, you know, the angle of the delivery and how the ball moves away when it pitches as well.
And it shows that they're thinking, they're using their brain, and they're assessing, you know, the conditions and the batsmen to get success.
And so a fuller delivery and expansive drive by Khalid Mohammed. There's a fielder sweeping down that extra cover boundary, so he comes around and gets it back into the keeper. 2 runs, and that's a great throw as well from the boundary.
Really a very nice shot. You know, a bit of flair and flash in that. Driving it, showed his arms, opening up his arms. Didn't quite get the timing in it, but he still collected 2 runs.
He does have another natural flair, does Khalid Mohammed.
A strong lad, with big shoulders.
That's one again, a fuller delivery, and he miscues this one. It looks like the catch is taken.
Is it? Went high up.
A mixed reaction there in the field, but we see everyone converging to celebrate.
Yes.
And we see Khalid Mohammed departing the field. So let's take a look at that one again. James pitching that one up, enticing Khalid Mohammed for the drive, hitting the outer edge of the bat. And we see Siwa
Running in from mid-off there, mid-on.
So Siwa didn't get a chance to take the catch, but in fact it was taken by his colleague Wayne Edwards Jr., I believe it is.
And they avoided, I think they avoided a disastrous collision there. And eventually he took the catch. A well taken catch. It could have ended otherwise.
Yeah,
so the dangerous Khalid Mohammed has gone. Yeah, he was the one willing to take his chances and risk his hand, while Riyad Mohammed, his companion at the other end, was more relaxed and patient.
Yeah, tough dismissal there for South, losing Khalid Mohammed after
First
he
wicket,
took his time. He steadied himself at the crease and seemed to be preparing himself for big innings. But again, that one, I mean, at the end of the day, sometimes you can't fault attacking batsmen. You know, we would ask ourselves, why would you play that shot in that instance? But that's how they get most of their runs, and their natural approach is to play those shots. So on another day, that could have easily been a straight back 6.
And that's the argument, that when it goes for 6, we are all happy and, you know, ecstatic. But when he does, it goes, mistimes it, and it goes to a fieldsman. We all despairing why, you know, why did he make that shot? So you can't have it both ways.
Of course, I always remember Chris Gale, the most infamous for that, you know. Not want to run the quick singles or far less for the 2s. But he stands and delivers, and he has shown that he could have done it in a test format, he could have done it in the ODI format, and then more recently becoming a legend of the T20 game. So these young cricketers would obviously be idolizing some of these senior men and just taking it in stride as we see the new batsman Matthias Komal facing up to Joshua James. That first delivery angled down the leg side.
And James does deserve that wicket. He has bowled very well from the beginning. You know, he has got a lot of lift, bounce. He has kept the ball on the wicket. He's playing to the weaknesses of the batsmen or whatever vulnerability they may have had, you know, with expansive strokes outside the off stump. But the one that he got the wicket was in line.
That's one.
A slower ball there. He tried a slower ball there, and well read by the incoming batsman. Is it Komal?
Komal indeed. Just push that gently into the offside for a single, and he'll keep the strike for the next over. That's the end of a successful over for Joshua James. 5 overs from him, completed 1 for 15 at the end of 9 overs. The score is 25 for 1. As we see some of the parents and supporters would be around. I know one thing for sure, that the parents of these cricketers on both teams have been very actively involved in their season, even from the secondary school games. You know, we saw them in attendance at every game if they had the chance to reach there. And they were there from start to finish, helping the cricketers get organized, arranging refreshments for the supporters, even for the media team as well on occasion. So I'm sure they'll be here setting up themselves for a big day ahead.
A very important component of this cricket development in this country, the involvement of parents and guardians who take an active role, as you said. Some of them too active, but you know, it's all the intention of doing the best for the children.
See Juman there. Komal facing his first delivery from Juman, so just playing that one cautiously. We notice as Komal was walking onto the field, Khalil Mohammed just signaling to him that there is movement of the ball from James. So we have seen more movement from James than Juman. Juman again, being that skiddy type of pace bowler, seems to get some movement off the surface itself rather than trying to swing it in the air.
I think where they sit in the other equal center, administration center, they are exactly behind the wicket, so they will have a fair idea of how the ball is moving, almost an umpire's view of the wicket. So they would be prepared for what is happening in the middle.
Yeah, it really is a bird's eye view, as they say. I believe that must have been strategically done when they would have built this building, in terms of knowing that the players' pavilion is here and allowing them to see the game from that front-on perspective.
And now it's two left-handers, is it, at the wicket?
So it might be a bit easier for the bowlers to try and maintain that consistency.
But there has been some debate, you know, on whether it's easier, whether the right-handed bowlers prefer to bowl to right-handers or left-handers, or there might be an added challenge in. Well, we know there's a challenge when there is a right-hander and left-hander, but with two left-handers, they may be able to focus a little bit more.
Juman again, that one on the pads, and the umpire nods his head and sends him away. So Juman getting a breakthrough in this over, following up from James, and Komal has to go for just one.
Matthias Komal, yes, a bit tentative, as expected.
Yeah, and that delivery seems to have just pitched in line with middle stump and went onto it in plumb. We saw from the first couple of deliveries, the ball hitting the inside edge of his bat. So even from then, and again spot on with the, you know, the point that you raise in terms of working out the batsman, having two left-handers and facing 3 deliveries initially before his dismissal. All of them were angled around that off-stump region. And from that off-stump region, you know, the ball hitting the inner edge of the bat. That one starting on middle stump, so just pitching it a bit further inside and, you know, coming to the demise of Komal. So Hummingbirds 25 for 2 after 9.4. And Masqueraders would be very pleased with that effort. As we see again, pitching in line and hitting in plumb there. The umpire started to nod his head immediately before raising his finger.
Yes, and Juman must be complimented for the way he has bowled to the new batsman, keeping it in line and forcing him to commit himself, and got the desired result. Struck plumb in front.
That brings the new batsman to the crease, Christian Rampasad.
Who has got some runs earlier in the season. So he will be looking to go on.
Yeah, he'd want to continue in that run scoring vein. I think most of these players, in fact, you know, that's the good thing about a game such as one in this nature where we have players of the highest quality and caliber competing against each other. Because once you get early breakthroughs, you still have to be mindful of these players can bat till 11. You know, we have all-rounders in all formats of the game. And Juma would be relishing this opportunity to have Rampasad face up his first delivery against him.
Masqueraders rocking back the Hummingbirds. 2 quick wickets.
That one a bit too full there, so he wouldn't be as pleased with seeing just a wry smile from the bowler. You know, he would have been trying to handle that one, I guess, as a Yorker line delivery.
Trying to get the Yorker. First ball, which not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Shows again that he's thinking.
Yeah, really intelligent bowling. We also saw for that first delivery a second slip coming into place. Initially, it was just one slip in Emirates for the left-hander, and then Siwa coming in as a second slip for the right-handed batsman.
Siwa, who took 5 catches in the North Zone victory.
And those catches, I must say, was really something to behold, because one of the catch was taken at the long-on position, and that was for a very aggressive batsman from East. You know, you see, that catch initially just changed the momentum of the game. But after that, 4 catches were all taken in the short cover position. And, you know, it was really something to witness, because the batsmen were playing technically correct shots. Everything looked proper. They seemed to have been balanced. But the difference is their head would have just raised at the last minute, and that ball skying and going in an aerial manner. By no means were they hit easily as well. You know, they were driven with some force, and Siwa, each point in time, just grabbing the ball out of thin air.
Instinctive catches.
Exactly, and just calmly celebrating as if, you know, it's a business as usual for him.
And he's a tall guy. So,
Yeah.
you know, he has to act quickly and great eyesight.
Yeah, really good all-round player with bat and ball, as well as James runs in again with his 6th over. Bang on target. Nice line and length from James. He has been very consistent again, following on from that final for North, and in this game here, proving that he can do it in and out.
So the Masqueraders opening bowlers are really doing the job required of them at this stage. After 10 overs, 25 for 2, 10.1 overs, 25 for 2, 2 quick wickets, putting the brakes on the Hummingbirds. But that man, Riyad Mohammed, is still there, patiently biding his time. So we would expect him at any stage now to start playing, getting a bit more enterprising, playing his shots, trying to accelerate a bit.
Yeah, agreed. I think at this point in time, he would probably want to stabilize the innings and bat through, you know, already occupying some time at the crease. Not scoring as freely as he would have envisioned. But again, due respect to the bowlers, because James is really not giving them any width on offer. And Riyad is generally a stroke player. He plays within the V's, allows the ball to come onto the bat, uses the full face of the bat as well, you know, not as innovative as Kaleem, who can play those shots, you know, a bit more aggressively and look to accelerate the run scoring. So Riyad is playing according to his strengths, and by all means still has a good bit of time left in this game, so he can, you know, just try to bat around him, given that 2 quick wickets have fell.
I think that strategy is working out for him at this time.
It's a good quick single taken there just to rotate the strike and to ease that bit of pressure, so It's one of the strengths of his game, in fact. He's very good at those quick singles, playing it just to the right or left of the fielders and taking off as soon as the ball leaves the bat.
And I think he fully understands that the game is 50 overs duration. So there is no hurry at this point in time. He just has to get his sights in and wait for the change, the bowling change. But we expect pretty soon will come.
So it's a fuller line delivery, and Rampasad just plays it. Very solid forward defensive stroke there. Into the offside for no run.
And I have now been told that Rampasad is coming off an excellent 100 over the weekend playing for the President's Associates of Moruga in the Southeast Zone competition. So he has some form.
Yeah, of course. And I mean, good to see players coming from all parts of the country as well. Moruga, famous for producing all of the Cooper brothers, in fact, and one of the youngest Coopers on display here in Matthew Cooper, who's playing for the Hummingbirds team.
And not only cricketers, we also have the president of the TCCB and the vice president of the CWI is also from Moruga. Also Zahid Basarat, now rated as a top regional umpire. He's also from Moruga. So a lot of good things from Moruga. We say a shout out to Moruga. And now we have been joined by the esteemed Ian Wasson of Guardian Media Limited and one of the top commentators. So I hand you over.
Good morning, and thank you so much, Mr. Zaid Mohammed. I'm not sure how top I am, but I am grateful for that. And I say good morning.
Good start here, boys. Good start here, boys.
So, Riyad Mohammed continuing his fine form because he was excellent with his opening partner, Kaleem, for Presentation College San Fernando. They won the secondary schools tournament without losing a single match.
Yeah, in fact, good morning to you, Ian. Pleasure to have you again.
Thank you so much. And the thing about Mohammed and, well, the two Mohammeds, Kaleem and Riyad, they went through the entire schools tournament without failing. Not one of them would have scored less than 10 runs during their innings. They scored unbeaten 50s. I think Kaleem went on. They both scored 100, and I think Riyad scored 350s, and Kaleem scored a 50 and some 40s during that time. So this ball going down the leg side, Cambridge. And this match is a very good match because you're seeing the lineup from these two teams. The North team that would have won the tournament last week, a few of the players here, they're playing with Masqueraders today. And of course, you're going to see them batting after, but Joshua Davis, Kyle Ramdu, Isaiah Fernandez, Sasha Embridge, Zachary Seaver, all these guys would have played last week for North when North would have beaten the Central team. And when you look at this team, Hummingbirds, a lot of Presentation Sando players. You have the two Naps, you have the two Mohammeds, you have Liam Mamchan, Raul Ali, Nikhil Jalim, Ricardo Chase. It's a top team. There are two top teams playing here in this game. It's Hummingbirds versus Masqueraders. And not to discount the other teams as well.
And that's a beautiful delivery there from Cambridge into his first over with the bowling change. I think you would have enjoyed that opening spell of fast bowling that we witnessed here, Ian. Joshua James as well as Rahman from the other end were operating extremely well in tandem. That one is pitched up on a bit of an expansive dry play there. We're not getting all of it as they get a single in the end.
Well, we would have seen Joshua James bowling last week right here as well, and he did bowl some beautiful deliveries. Also, 3 drop catches were off his bowling last week, but he was still able to come back and take 3 wickets.
And in fact, he continued in that form, Ian. I mean, he essentially had me repeating myself from last week in terms of how excellent he was in terms of his line, his length, and those rising deliveries. He maintained that persistent corridor of uncertainty, and in fact, it assisted him in getting the wicket of Kaleem Mohammed in one of the previous overs. And in fact, Kaleem Mohammed, as well as the other batsman, Matthias Komal, who was out, both of them went to the Pacers in their last over, one each to James and Rahman. So we have seen a change in the bowling after those wicket overs from the fast bowlers. Cambridge from the Ato Bowlan end, and now we see Captain Joshua Davis with his off spin taking up the attack from the media center end.
Last week he was a bit guilty of leaving on the spinners a bit too long, so we want to see how he operated this time. Spin being introduced rather early in this innings this time around, because last week he used the 4 fast bowlers before he introduced spin. So spin is being introduced a lot earlier today. Let's see how that will pay off and see how he rotates the bowlers this time around. He's wearing the number 45, a number made famous by the universe boss Chris Gale.
Yeah, in fact, we were mentioning Chris Gale just this morning in terms of his attacking nature, because the manner in which Kaleem Mohammed out was that essentially he played an attacking shot. On any day, it could have been 6 runs, but today, just miscued at getting that bottom edge, and the catch was taken at the mid-off region. So, it's something with these attacking batsmen. They have to play the game and play according to their strengths, but also sometimes just to be mindful of playing each ball on its merit.
And that is how Kaleem batted throughout the secondary school season. He was the more attacking batsman, while Riyad was more the docile batsman. Kaleem, it doesn't matter if they were chasing 100 or 200, he batted one way throughout. So that is nature of batting. It brought him up some success. It brought him 150 and a few 40s and 30s. And he averaged, both Mohammeds averaged just about 50, 60 runs in the secondary schools league, but they batted their own style. Riyad more docile. He'll be more the batsman who will take the time, as the left-handed batsman just gets push the ball to mid-off, and while Kaleem is the attacker.
Yeah, really good partnership from them throughout the entirety of the season here. And also to mention a couple of the players in this Hummingbirds lineup from that victorious Presentation College team. Nikhil Jalim, the captain, his dad also very instrumental in that Presentation College setup, as they assisted with the grounds and as well as just the entire experience for anybody that came to play cricket there. They made it very welcoming and very inviting for everyone to come and play as well. We also note that some players from the Naparima College tent in Liam Mamchan, Matthew Cooper, Alex Gopal, Jason Agard again from Presentation College, a very promising left-arm fast bowler, so he would be excited having seen the opening pair of James and Juman getting some nice purchase off of the surface, and Agard would be looking at that when he gets his opportunity to bowl later on today. So Cambridge continues here. That one just angled into the batsman. Played to that mid-on region by Rampasad for a single.
There you go, Abdullah. You ball on, boy.
See your umpire just sprinting across there. If they get singles every delivery, you'll have a lot of work here, Ian, having to run from both sides of the wicket.
And look at Mohammed, 8 from 36. That is the slow native batting that I was talking about. But it has brought him success, 350s and a century in the tournament in the secondary schools league. So it has worked for him. And this is what you have players who can complement each other. And while Riyad is the one who will take his time, he will bat carefully and he will bat cautiously. Kaleem will be the attacker. So it shows that the two batsmen can bat together they complement each other while they would not be hurting the overall run rate of the team.
Yeah, Riyad Mohammed usually takes his time. I think this innings a bit slower than his usual expectations, you know. He maintains a strike rate generally of around 50, so we would have seen 8 from about 16 or 20 balls at max. But, you know, at this point in time, the key here is that having faced so many deliveries, you don't want to throw away a wicket. He really and truly has to bat through and know that the bad balls will come at some point in time and allow him to increase his scoring and just get those runs up, as we see Kyle Ram do with his bright blue shades in the screen there.
And the thing is, they have batting to come, and we have to remember it's 50 overs. They're not playing 20 overs or 25 overs. Only 14 overs gone, still have some 36 deliveries. And when we look at the lineup to come, you see Mikhail Jalim, even Ricardo Chase, who was very instrumental for presentation San Fernando during the 40 overs. He was batting with Eden Racha, who is in fact in one of the under 16 teams. And while he was batting at number 6, he, as an all-rounder, he was scoring consistently in the 30s and the 20s. So he's a batsman who can get it on. So when you look at the lineup, it's going to be a very good run for them. They have the players who can up the tempo, so it will make up for what Mohammed is doing. And what he's doing, he's seeing off the new ball, he's seeing off the tough overs and the tough bowling.
Another point on that, as you mentioned, Ian, also has to be aware of the strong bowling lineup in this Masqueraders camp, because as we saw with North, given that most of the players from Masqueraders are from that North Zone under 19 team, we saw how easily they dismantled East in the final. And, you know, take nothing away from them. They still have Siwa, who hasn't bowled as yet, who has been known to take wickets in the setup. So,
see this ball kind of skidding on to the right-handed batsman, but Christian Rampersad was very watchful as he was able to negotiate that ball on the leg side. This one is a bit wide and called wide by the umpire. And of course, so it's both teams are balanced, both teams are strong batting and bowling. And if you look at the lineup, North has a good batting lineup as well. I'm saying North, but it's actually Masqueraders, while Hummingbirds have a very good bowling lineup as well, led by the duo of Liam Manchan and Ricardo Chase. So it's a very good lineup, balanced both teams in this Masqueraders and Hummingbirds teams. Joshua Davis in his second over, who has taken 3 wickets in last week's win with his off spin. Very good delivery, beating the bat of the left-handed Mohammed as it went through to the wicket keeper.
first sign of turn and bounce there from Joshua Davis. The ball's still relatively new, so it's good to see that he is getting some movement away from the left-handed batsman. That one well watched by Mohammed. Played cautiously into that leg side area. So another tight over there from Davis. None for 2 after his 2 overs. And the Hummingbirds, 33 for 2 after 15 overs.
So this is the under 19 tournament, and of course there are also matches in the under 16 tournament starting today as well. We get that information for you, and the other match that is also playing at the Inchinali Park in this under 19 Cup. It's Flamingos versus Scarlet Ibis. So a lot of matches on today. 4 matches in total, 2 in the under 19 as the ball is played on the onside, and they will just hustle for 1. And of course 2 in the under 16 league as well.
Yeah, we were just essentially commenting earlier in terms of the amount of cricket on display for these youngsters, having just finished the school season. That one, he gets an edge and seems to have been dropped there by Ramdu. Went very quickly to him, admittedly, but I think you'd have just want to be a bit more alert there. We see Rampasad slashing at that one. Wide outside the off stump. Traveling very quickly to Ramdu. Going through his both hands. So he went with both hands, which is advisable. Probably the pace of the ball as it left the bat was a bit too much for him.
And he was actually grabbing at it as well.
So one swept by Mohammed, but not getting it cleanly. All Mohammed has to do here is try and middle the ball, or try and, you know, get a bit more contact. From the start of his innings, he has been playing shots very carefully, but noticeably he hasn't been getting all of it. And this one is short and pulled away, and looks like it will run all the way to the boundary. It's holding just up inside, and good work by that fielder there, Niall Mingo. Seems to have pulled it back. We'll just await confirmation on a square leg umpire, but he sprinted down to that boundary and seems to have pulled it back just in time. Batsman getting 3 overall. With first real shot of aggression there from Mohammed.
Yes, and just as I was now about to make a comment about his run rate, yes, he's been docile, but beginning to think a bit too slow.
Oi. That's the bowling guy, that's the bowling guy.
Yeah, the thing is, cricket is such a funny game here, and we know we can see batsman 11 from 44, and within 10 or 20 deliveries, he can easily make up for those dot balls. So, you know, I think he just want to back himself, as you see a wide delivery there from Cambridge, just straying a bit too much, wide outside the off stump. But yeah, Mohammed would certainly want to back himself and know that he has the ability to score runs once he stays for the entirety of this innings. That finishes the end of the over from Cambridge. None for 10 after 3. And the Hummingbirds 38 for 2 after 16, as we see Zachary Siwa in our picture there. Sure, he'll be looking to the skipper for his opportunity to bowl at some point in time.
Took 5 catches in last week's win for North.
I'm sure that was a ploy, Ian, because as we saw, 4 of those catches were all taken at the short cover position. And, you know, it was off the spinners as well. So I think they were working in tandem. The pitch noticeably on that day was a bit damp. You know, it had a little bit more moisture than today with its glorious sunshine. So it's really interesting to see how they would fare, whether they would use that same tactic. See, we're not in the short cover position, but in fact in the short mid-on position.
Well, unlike last week, remember last week we had a delayed start because of the rain, so that would have added a bit of moisture into the wicket. We haven't had the rain for quite a while, and you can see by the outfield where the grass is devoid of any greenery. So it's that will give some kind of indication how the pitch will be playing, and we're seeing a difference this week as opposed to last Friday.
And I must say, if you were impressed by the bounce and the pace of James in that last final, you would have been certainly even more impressed this morning, because a couple of times, in fact, he got the ball to rise to the batsman's helmet there on our about shoulder height. And very good deliveries as well, you know, forcing the batsman to have to play at it or just essentially pull away at the last minute. So using the conditions to their strengths are these players.
And you're talking about, I would be impressed at this ball. It's just a question to the umpire. The umpire would doesn't seem interested. Now you're saying if I might be interested to see happy to see the bounce. I think in the Hummingbirds lineup, Liam Mamchan and Ricardo Chase, they will be, and Jason Agard, they will be licking their lips, looking at the pitch on the bounce to see what they would extract, because these bowlers can really rev it up a bit.
Yeah, of course. I must say I'm really looking forward to seeing Jason Agard with his left-arm pace and ability to swing the ball on this pitch as well. A very promising young fast bowler, just returned from that West Indies training camp. Also plays for Victoria in the Premiership division, so good exposure for him, as We see the umpires signaling for a drinks break here, and we'll take a short break in the commentary booth and come back to you very soon. Welcome back here to the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Vancouver, as we have the first game in this Under-19 Cup between the Hummingbirds and the Masqueraders. Hummingbirds 41 for 2 after 17 overs, current run rate of 2.41, having lost their opener Kaleem Mohammed and also lost the number 3 batsman Matthias Komal. Presently at the crease we have Riyad Mohammed, 12 from 49, and Christian Rampasad on 5 from on or about 12 deliveries. The opening bowlers for the Masqueraders getting 1 wicket each in Joshua James as well as Abdur Rahman Juman. So the first bowling change we have seen, Abdullah Cambridge from that Bolden end and Joshua Davis from the media centre end. So Cambridge continues here to Riyad Mohammed. That one, nice flight on it, just fended defensively into the leg side.
Cambridge will continue from the northern end. None for 10. Riyad drives straight to the fielder.
Just take off and see what happens.
These players would have faced each other a few times already for the season. They're playing for their schools. They've played in the interzone competition that was just completed. They're playing here, and some of them are playing for clubs within the same zone. Then some of them are playing in the Premiership under 19 team that are campaigning in the national premiership too. So there must be some kind of familiarity with, with, with each other.
Yeah, a lot of these players, whether they play on the same team or rival teams, they have good chemistry and good unity. And we've seen it throughout all of the games, you know, whether one team has been on the winning end or the losing end. At the end of the game, everyone gets together. We see a quick single taken there into the leg side. But that level of camaraderie and togetherness is very important for this sport, as we know, cricket being a team sport, essentially. And as we know, Ian, there's no iron team. There's an iron Ian, but no iron team.
But as Michael Jordan once said, it might be an iron team, but there's an iron win.
Of course. And there's also an iron cricket. But at the same point in time, the teamwork is certainly to be praised. You see some of the supporters and parents of these players under the tents, close to the indoor net center, just observing the cricket. Very lovely weather we have here today. Joshua Davis will continue. The Christian Rampasad. That one is just tucked away down the leg side. Not a full sweep shot, but just paddled, in fact. And he gets 4 runs for it. So a very welcome boundary there for Christian Rampasad. Davis trained a bit too much onto the pads. Initially, you'd want to keep that line just outside the off stump. And Rampasad playing a deft paddle shot.
And that's a very good shot in the end, because at first I was a bit concerned why he would have played that shot to a ball on the stumps. But when I look at a second look, it was really straight and going down the leg side. So that was a very good shot.
Yeah, I think initially he was going for the sweep, and when he realized that the ball was just a bit slower than anticipated, he held back from the full sweep shot. This one, he's slugging that away to the leg side region. Doesn't time it well at all. And we see Ramdu picking it up cleanly, and the batsman get 2 comfortable runs. So already in this over, Rampasad showing a different intention, possibly just after the water break, getting some instructions from the management team to increase the run scoring while still not taking any unnecessary risk, as it's very early in the game, Ian.
Yes, because while I was saying that, while we were talking about the run rate earlier, when we look at 49 for 2 in the 19th over, that is a bit concerning. And they want to get it up because they know with the lineup that they have. The Masqueraders, as you can see what happened last week. And this is in the air and taken.
Who else but Zachary Siwa to take the catch, Ian? After taking 5 catches in that last final for North Zone under 19. Takes another catch here, and Joshua Davis strikes with a wicket of Christian Rampasad. That one not timing it at all, and skying it into the air. Siwa just coming around from that cover position to pick it up. And another breakthrough for the Masqueraders, leaving the Hummingbirds at 49 for 3 after 18.4 overs. Your thoughts on that dismissal, Ian?
Well, they wanted to up the tempo, and that is exactly what we would have seen in the previous deliveries. This time he maybe not getting to the pitch properly as expected, and end up skying the ball right up in the air. Comfortable catch for the safest pair of hands on the team. As you mentioned, his 5 catches last week. So good wicket in the end. The first for Joshua Davis, the Fatima skipper, who took 3 wickets last week. So he is continuing in his good form as well.
Yeah, kudos to Davis there as well, as we are seeing in that delivery from our cameraman. He actually flighted that ball and just held back the pace a tad bit compared to the initial 2. I mean, after seeing Rampasad play those couple shots in the over with an aggressive mindset, Davis would have just taken note of that and flighted that ball, hanging it in the air a bit longer, which just encouraged Rampasad to come forward with that aggressive shot, and unfortunately miscuing it and skying it up in the air for a very simple catch to Siwa. So Davis with a very interesting field set as well.
A little bit this way, Ali.
Predominantly offside. And now we are just seeing a minor field change as he brings across the fielder to that square leg position. So 5-4 field at this point in time is Davis. And the new batsman is Rahul Ali, also plays for Naparima College. So this pair at the crease, both Naparima College and Presentation College, two top schools in South Trinidad. Davis, that one is a bit flatter there to Ali. Ali, who also had a very impressive century for Naparima College in the secondary school season. Also a tad bit aggressive in his natural game. So it'll be interesting to see how he approaches it here, as the Hummingbirds wouldn't want to lose too many quick wickets. Reaching closer to that 20th mark as the 19th over comes to an end, 49 for 3. And Davis with good figures thus far, 1 for 11 from 4 overs. So another crucial breakthrough there for the Masqueraders, and the Hummingbirds would certainly want to rebuild here, Ian.
Yes, they have to rebuild, but at the same time, with a run rate of only 2.5 runs per over, they need to up the tempo somehow. Now, Riyad Mohammed is already there, 13 from 54. He should want to up the tempo a bit. He's been there for quite a while. He can't expect the new batsman, Rahul Ali, to coming. He must be allowed to play himself in. So the onus is on Riyad now to boost up the run rate just a bit.
Bit of an appeal there from the bowler, stifled from the fielders. That one just seemed to have probably been between bat and pad. Let's take a look at the replay. Coming forward and stretching outside the off stump, but that ball hitting the pad. Umpire not interested. This one, Mohammed gets back, plays the long on, and takes off immediately for a quick single. So Rahul Ali to face his first delivery from Cambridge. It's a nice bowling partnership here as well, Ian, with the left-hand orthodox of Abdullah Cambridge and then the right-arm off-spin of Joshua Davis. Joshua, although bowling off-spin, has a lot of variations. We've seen him with the faster delivery. We've seen him with the delivery that he flights a bit more, also has a drifter. So just keeping these batsmen on their feet, as that one is flicked into the leg side, and again a single taken to that long on fielder.
What these batsmen have to do, if the bowling does not allow you to hit the boundaries, what they have to do is get to run the singles. You can maintain 6 runs per over without hitting a single boundary there. You can run the ones and the twos. And this is what I could never stop to overemphasize. You can run 2 singles, 2 twos, still have enough deliveries for 2 dot balls, and that's 6 runs in the over. But you have to be able to run the ones and twos, and I think this is what Riyad Mohammed needs to at least do, because he has been there for quite a while. It's up to him to improve the run rate now.
It's a lovely looking sweep shot, but well fielded there by James at that backward square position. So not allowing any of the tension to release. Right now, batsmen just mainly dealing in ones and twos with the occasional boundary. But spot on with that in terms of wanting to increase the run rate and just capitalize on those singles. That one, a full line delivery and trying to sweep it away again, but not getting all of it. Mohammed just asking the non-striker why he wasn't ready to take that single, seeing that it went wide to that backward square position, and they could have easily gotten one, but not his call. Was that Riyad Mohammed? And this one is again swept away, and he'll get all 4 runs at this point in time. So after 2 sweep shots that weren't successful, on the third time's the charm, Ian, as they would say. Beautiful sweep shot there from Riyad Mohammed to get a much needed boundary.
Yes, and that boundary is certainly welcomed. Still a run rate below 3 runs per over, but Mohammed is now the top scorer on 18, just passing Kaleem Mohammed, who made 16. And while Kaleem has been scoring a lot of runs in the secondary schools league. He has been struggling for runs in the interzone tournament, and of course it continues here. And when you look at the interzone tournament, it was eventually won by North. You could see where a lot of the dependency of the runs comes from. Just like in Presentation College, a lot of the runs came from this opening pair, Kaleem and Riyadh. Yes, there were times when the national under 15 captain Brendan Bodo scored up 70, and then we saw runs from Eden Rasha and Chase, but the bulk of the runs came from the openers.
It all comes down to the game plan, because again, if these players have been scoring runs consistently, and in this game thus far they have seen some challenges, Kaleem already out and Riyadh not going as smoothly as he would like, then it's all about looking to see where you can get additional support from, because all of the players in both lineups are certainly capable with bat and ball and in the field, and it's really about stepping up to the fore when you get this chance.
But having said that, we are only in the 21st over, 19 overs, well, 29 overs after this. So there are a lot of time still, over 180 deliveries, so a lot can still happen. Oh, he just escapes one, they would get another.
Run out!
The batsman would run too. After there was some kind of hesitation. So Raul Ali, who hails from Naparima, did have a couple good scores in the tournament. Faces Joshua Da Silva, who making a bit of fight as Joshua Davis. I don't know why Da Silva came to my mind, but Joshua Davis. They're both with Queen's Park, maybe that's the reason, but Joshua Davis completed his 5th over, 1 for 13. Very good figures by the Fatima skipper.
It looked like we're going to see another bowling change here. Fernandez taking off his helmet and stepping back. And Zachary Siwa, is it? Seems to be coming into the attack.
That looks like Siwa. So he is coming 3rd change today. Right arm, medium. So he places Cambridge. Took 1 wicket last week in the victory by North. He's coming around the wicket to Riyadh. Riyadh not getting it past the cover region. Riyadh drives, but again it's another dot ball. Riyadh Mohammed 18 from 61. He would have wanted to be at least 30 runs, just about 3 runs per over, but well short of that.
Yes, he was starting nicely here with 2 dot balls. That one is banged into the pitch and just tucked away into the leg side from Riyadh Mohammed. Quick single again taken. Brings Rahul Ali into the strike to face his first delivery from Siwa. As we see the umpire here, again having to just take a jog across the field, the square leg. It's a good short delivery from Siwa. Defended nicely by Rahul Ali. I think you just want to be a bit fuller in length, though. That's one. If Rahul Ali decides to just stay back on his back foot, can easily pull that away, given that there isn't much pace on offer. So we don't want to be too short, Siwa. You just want to keep the ball pitched up and encourage the batsman to play some shots. That's much better there, but outside the off stump. But again, he just want to be closer towards the bat and not allow any width. So ends a good first over from him. Just 1 run conceded. And the Hummingbirds are 59 for 3 after 22 overs.
Yeah, so very good effort from the Masqueraders lineup, bowling lineup. Really stifling the Hummingbirds. They're going at a run rate of 2.68, and definitely that run rate, if they continue to bat like that, they will just be bordering on 230, 130, 140. But of course, they want to score at least 200. That's the score that you want to give your bowlers enough time to defend. Yes, as good as Chase and Egad and Mamchan are, you really need to give them something to go at, because you're looking at Kyle Ramdu, you're looking at Sachin Emrit, you're looking at Zachary Siwa. These are the players that you can't really give yourselves a chance by just scoring 120, 130, 140.
Yeah, again, a very similar approach from the Masqueraders as to what we saw from the North under-19 team, Ian, in terms of keeping their bowling tight, restricting the run scoring, and those leading to the fall of wickets. Because, in fact, in the East innings, they started off fairly well, and then they lost wickets in a flurry, just due to, again, that pressure building, and in the back of your mind, knowing fully well that there aren't enough runs on the board. I mean, granted, that game was a 40-over shortened format due to the rains we had, but at the same point in time, there were many balls left in the innings before they were out, and that one is flighted outside the off-stump and driven powerfully by Rahul Ali.
Did that come off the pitch? Let's look at it, because I'm not seeing the reaction from the team that you would see that would go along with a drop catch.
Very close to tell, in fact. I mean, it's one of those where you really have to be close enough to see what's going on, because it seems as if he hit the ball before it hit the ground.
It looked like it did hit the ground after it hit the bat.
But again, you know, judging from the reaction of the fielders, you thought there would have been a bit more animation from them if that was a drop catch. But spectacular effort from Davis to still stop that ball, as we see a wide delivery here. Not usually one to stray in terms of his line.
What is good about it? He's in his 6th over and just 1 for 15.
And he gets through his overs rather quickly as well. So that one is left alone by Ali. A very stylish leave alone, I must say.
He made the leave alone look good. But a run rate like this, I don't think you should be looking to leave alone much, because you'd like to be scoring as much runs you can get. This one is banged short and banged away by the batsman. Should run to the boundary for 4. And Rahul Ali moves on to 7 with that shot. And a bit too short, of course. Not a bit, but way too short from the off-spinner Davis.
Yeah, that one, bit of a bad delivery there from Davis. Again, in this over, we're seeing a wide delivery and one short down the left side from him. So usually he's very consistent, but, you know, each bowler sometimes can't get all 6 balls spot on as they would want. But Rahul Ali, as we know, has an aggressive nature. So could very well be that he's just trying to get his eye and see how the pitch is playing, as he has only recently come to the crease. 16 deliveries faced, but granted the off-spinners, he's getting through his overs very quickly. So, you know, Rahul Ali capitalizing on that bad delivery there, and would just want to take his time and wait for those bad deliveries before playing any rash shots too early on. I think singles here at this point in time would be the mainstay, if they can just rotate the strike and get the scoreboard going without any unnecessary risk.
He drive in, see what straight to extra cover, they will get no run, and this is what you need to do. If you can get the ones and twos, let's say for the next 12 overs up to 35 overs, you can bat without losing any further wickets, but bat at 4 runs per over, 5 runs per over. That could get you 12 by 5, 6, about 120, 125. And the last 15 overs of the innings, if you maintain the 7 wickets in hand, you can increase it there again and see how much runs you can get in the last 15. If you can get about 100 runs in the last 15 overs with the 7 wickets in hand, getting to 230 shouldn't be a bad call. But what this pair need to do, they need to stay together until about 35 overs, but they need to bat at least 4 or 5 runs per over.
That's one, a fuller line delivery there, driven by Mohammed into that cover region again for no run. So you probably just look at his placement a bit, Mohammed, in terms of trying to pace the gaps. So see if he can just angle the bat, probably open the face a bit, see if he can play it with softer hands to the field and get a single rather than hitting it straight towards him.
Well, the cover region is well protected. If you can get a play straight, just as I was saying that he hits it over mid-on for 4 runs, and I was now going to talk about that. If he can play straight, even if he can play it back past the bowler, if he play it in the air, there's a lot of runs down there because the mid-on and mid-off are up. If you get to play straight over the bowler's head, you can get some boundaries there. Even if you hit it along the carpet firmly to pass the bowler, because he still has to get down, you can also get runs there too, because the cover region is well protected.
And that one from Siwa, just a bit too full and on the pad, so allowing Mohammed to play confidently for a boundary. And this one is again full of line delivery, pitching on or wrong off stump, and driven by Mohammed taking the out edge of the bat, but rung safely along the ground to that field at the widest point region. So they get a single, and it brings Raul Ali on strike for the last delivery of Siwa's over.
So just what I had ordered, they have so far 5 runs in this over. So they need to maintain just about 4 or 5 runs per over for the next 12, 13 overs and see how they can take it there from the 35th over going forward.
Yeah, of course, as we say, you want to set goals and milestones when you're batting. You know, probably at this point in time, 24 overs completed, reach to the 30th over mark, firstly without losing another wicket, then go in 5 over, 10 over increments from there on, and just essentially trying to build your team's total, get a formidable target, knowing that you also have other batsmen to come as well. You know, they have the likes of Matthew Cooper, also Alex Gopal, Kendall Pachun, Liam Mamchan, who can also hit the ball a long way. And, you know, with all of these batsmen, Jason Agard is also known for his ability to mix a bat and ball. In fact, we saw him opening the batting for one of the teams recently in a zonal competition for South, in fact. So interesting to see how they would go about setting the rest of this lineup, well, as Joshua Davis would continue with his 7th over.
I'm a bit surprised to see Joshua Davis giving himself a 7th over. I thought the wide and the short deliveries that he was bowling in the first innings were a sign of getting a bit tired, as we've seen a ball just getting close to the boundary, but saved there by James.
Yeah, that one again a bit short and wide outside the off stump, allowing Riyad Mohammed to just come back and comfortably cut that away into the offside. So they get 3 runs comfortably, and brings Raul Ali on strike. Might be a bit easier for Raul Ali with the off spinner coming into him, so he can play any shot with confidence once that ball is either pitched too short or too full.
But let's see how he does in this over, because I mentioned I thought that the last over he was showing signs of tiredness. But he's into his 7th over. First 6 overs conceded 19 runs.
So a nice flight on that delivery. Ali coming forward with some confidence. Good looking forward defensive stroke. And this one is slashed away into the next side. We see the fielder going around for the catch, and he takes a wonderful catch there. Does Joshua James. So Davis showing why he came back into the attack, because he knew that Rahul Ali was going to take the attack towards him. And then now flighting that ball, again hanging it in the air. We see a nice dance there from James and Ramlet to celebrate. But great work from Joshua Davis, tempting Rahul Ali with that flight, and as you say, getting drowned in honey. Very good running away catch from Joshua James, and we see the fact that he kept his eyes on the ball for each step of the way. You know, that's one of the most difficult catches to take in cricket, Ian. And as we see Rahul Ali departing, certainly would be, you know, ruin that chance there, because if he took his time and he batted along, could have set himself up for bigger innings. But it brings Matthew Cooper now coming to the crease. And your thoughts on that dismissal there, Ian?
Well, a disappointing dismissal, as I was saying earlier. If you can get 4 or 5 runs per over for the next 12 or 13 overs, that would have been a good plan. You already got 3 runs off the very first ball, and you got a dot ball. You could afford another dot ball if you can just go under 1s and 2s. That expansive shot from Ali, I don't think it was needed at that time, and you mentioned it was a beautiful catch, because it is a catch that you are running in the same direction with the ball. It went over your head. Running in the same direction with the ball, always a difficult catch to take, but this is young Orlando James, who got 3 catches dropped off his bowling last week. Takes Joshua James, sorry. Orlando James featured in the Tobago Tea Blast last evening. And this is Joshua James, who got 3 catches dropped from his bowling just last week. Takes a spectacular catch today. A lot of players with their same names, and it's kind of confusing.
Yeah, of course. And James following up his excellent spell earlier when he opened the bowling and showing his prowess in the field as well. So I think Davis there taking that extra over because he had a plan in place for Rahul Ali, and just showing us that, you know, despite the short and wide deliveries and probably just tiring a bit going into the 7th over, he's willing to execute that plan as best as he can.
And of course, this is Joshua E. James, and not the Joshua James from Tobago who plays for the Jamaica Talawas. It's a different Joshua James.
Yes, many Joshua James in the cricketing circuit. So, you know, it's good to see all of them performing well in their respective teams. We see that delivery from Davis, just keeping a bit low as Cooper played it cautiously, stepping back and across. But that one, you know, a bit dangerous to play like that with your first shot. But we see a better movement forward from Cooper there. Batsmen would be encouraged to come on their front foot with these sort of pitches here, and where you have invariable bounce, either the ball bouncing and turning or staying low with no turn at all. So Cooper again coming forward, nice forward defensive stroke, and that ends a successful over for Joshua Davis. After 7 overs, he has 2 for 22, and the Hummingbirds at the halfway mark of the innings, 25 overs completed, are 73 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Yes, of course, and you mentioned coming forward, that's what is needed, but you have to also keep in mind that staying on the back foot shows signs of lack of confidence. A confident batsman would come on the front foot, especially when you're facing your first couple balls. So I'm hoping that gradually, as he faces more deliveries, he will be more inclined to come on the front foot. Riyad Mohammed is there for 70 deliveries. He only has 28 runs, so he should be the player who will be coming on, should be coming onto the front foot and attacking Zachary Siwa, who has conceded just 6 runs off his first 2 overs. Comes into bowl to Riyad Mohammed, who plays it on the offside, again by that very protected cover region. That ring of fielders there, not getting any balls to penetrate through there. So Riyad would want to see if he can play straight as possible, mid-off and mid-on are up, so you can get it past the bowler. He's driving, still looking to get past that cover vision. They get the single because not picked up cleanly. at points. So
See, we're not pleased there. We saw him just standing in the pitch and looking at the field because he himself was feeling in that position and he didn't give any runs away. So for a bowler, you know, it's always a bit demotivating when your fielders give away easy singles that shouldn't have been. But the key is to remain focused and to just continue doing your work and backing your players with confidence. So he runs in again here. Cooper playing that one much better than that first delivery when he came back and was beaten by Joshua Davis. So we've already seen that improvement from Cooper coming onto the front foot and playing with more confidence in his stride.
as you mentioned, very disappointing or hurting by bowlers to see that. There's one time I actually felt sorry for Dwayne Bravo, who got a few in a particular match. I can't remember this one as we see Siwa. He's well caught by the wicket keeper, and Cooper goes. Wicket keeper going to his right. We actually saw the edge here. We didn't have to hear it, but we saw it.
Yes, very big edge there as Cooper was slashing outside the off stump. That ball a bit too close to cut in fairness, and Isaiah Fernandez with a wonderful dive and catch to his right. Siwa with a subdued celebration. You know, I thought with that catch and with that breakthrough again that they would have been a bit more buoyant in their joyous celebrations. But again, it's just another day at the office for these cricketers, the way they're playing at this point in time, because Fernandez diving away to his right and just getting up as if it was nobody's business. You know, just taking another catch here, guys. It's what we do. And it brings Ricardo Chase to the crease. So Cooper would be disappointed. Admittedly, hasn't been in the best of form this season. We saw in the last T20 game for Naparima College, he got a good half century. So thought he would have been coming off of that bit of form there and into this match with some more confidence. But it seems that he was in that T20 mindset still, playing that cut shot so early in his innings with the ball very close to his body.
Yes, not as you mentioned, it was too close to cut, and that would have resulted in his wicket. So Siwa gets his first wicket in the third over. He finished with a wicket last week as well.
Always in the game is
Always
Siwa.
in
I
the
can't
game.
keep him out. Whether it's a catch in the field, it's a wicket when he's bowling, or a performance with the bat. You know, we saw for Fatima College, he scored a lot of runs this season. In fact, he was their leading run scorer and ended up with an average of just around 55. So very impressive from a young cricketer to see him showing his all-round capabilities in each aspect of the game.
And Riyad Mohammed would be accustomed to seeing wickets falling around him, and he's still there on 29. And now he's batting with his presentation teammate Ricardo Chase. They would have batted well together. Chase getting this one to go down to the third man for one. He gets off the mark immediately. So Ricardo Chase and Riyad Mohammed would have batted a few times this season for Presentation College.
We think we are just getting a bit of clarification there. This Ricardo Chase, in fact, plays for Presentation College Chagonas. Yeah, and so, again, the same. So as we see the end of that 26 over there, 76 for 5, another successful over for Zachary Siwa. And as we were just being informed there by our media team, again, the similarity in names of these players. This Ricardo Chase, there also is a Ricardo Chase that plays for Presentation College San Fernando, but this is not one and the same. So interesting to see the matchup between these players. Joshua Davis will continue with another over, being successful in the last over, and similarly to as we saw with the opening pair, getting one wicket consecutively following up each other. We saw Joshua Davis getting a wicket in his previous over, and then Siwa getting a wicket in that last over as well. So Davis into his 8th over here. one is flighted nicely and driven into the offside down to the mid-on region, but no run. Again, nice flight and on delivery, drawing the batsman forward. Joshua Davis. That one defended into the offside from Chase. There's questioning from his partner whether he wanted a single there or not. Seems to think that it was on, seeing that the ball is played gently into the gap, but no run on offer. That one is short and pulled down by Davis, and it's pulled away, in fact, to the boundary by Chase. So welcome runs there for Ricardo Chase, and Davis repeating the mistake in the last over of just dragging the ball down, pulling it short and down the leg side. Seems as if he just tried a faster delivery there initially with the 3 flighted deliveries, bringing the batsman forward. Not sure why he would have wanted to change his line and length in that delivery, but paying the price with 4 runs being conceded. And much better here as we see resuming his flight outside the off stump and bringing the batsman forward with some difficulty. So I think he'd want to maintain his line and length there.
So we just want to confirm this is the Ricardo Chase who plays with San Fernando. The San Fernando presentation. He scored quite a few runs this season. He scored a few runs in the 30s during the schools league.
And look at some of the parents of the cricketers here. Say good morning to Mr. Agard with the bucket hat. Both those parents very proud of their kids having been victorious at Presentation College in that secondary schools league, and then going on to represent their zone as well as the under 19 team and now this Hummingbirds team here. So we see Zachary Siwa resuming the attack. This one is driven nicely by Mohammed. Beats the fielder at that point region, goes down to the 3rd man area, and a wayward throw allows the batsman to come back for 2 comfortable runs. It's the first time really and truly in this innings that we've seen any sort of wayward return to the keeper. Has been very good work in the field thus far by this Masqueraders team. Riyad Mohammed going well, 32 from 74. Very vigilant innings, but mindful of the wickets falling around him, so he'd have to bat long and hard here.
Just looking at Siwa bowling to Chase and Mohammed reminds me of when San Fernando played Fatima. In that game, Ricardo Chase scored 38, so he would want to double up on that. He's on 5 as we speak, 4 runs already in this over. And in that match, Siwa took 2 for 33.
And also Niall Mingo got 2 for 33. We haven't seen him introduced into the attackers yet, but would be interesting to see whether he comes in at any point in time.
And this is the game that Fatima really needed to win to stay in the hunt. But after this game, it was kind of derailed because they went on to lose to Hillview College in the very next match. Joshua Davis scored 71 in that game, so he would want to get that kind of runs when they have to bat.
Siwa going steady in his 4th over.
And of course, we want to remind you that the under 15 team, congratulations to Brendan Boodoo and his team. Brendan Boodoo, another presentation college San Fernando player.
And that one is short and pulled away to the boundary for 4 runs there. As you see, Siwa just bowling an off cutter, it seems, as that ball pitched on a wrong leg and middle and then just went into the batsman's arc as Riyad Mohammed went down on his knees and pulled that away for 4 runs. So Riyad Mohammed increasing the run chase here and essentially improving that initial strike rate he had. I'm sure he'll be also sending congratulations to his teammate Brendan Boodoo.
And looking at the run rate, 8 runs in this over, and the overall run rate is 3.16. So it's a very good improvement in this run rate by Hummingbirds, but they don't want to lose any more wickets. They lost a couple wickets too many.
And he's driving nicely into the offside, but can't beat that fielder there, Kyle Ramdu at mid-off. Ends another over from Siwa. A bit expensive in that one. 8 runs coming from it. 1 for 17 after his 4. And it's 88 for 5 after 28. Noticeably, as you said, the run rate increasing here. And initially, it would have been just around 2.5 and going up to 3.14 at this point in time.
So with this run rate, they'll get past 150. So they're getting there. If they can stay together for a while, Ricardo Chase is quite capable of scoring some runs. So he would want to stay and support Riyad Mohammed for as long as possible. Let's stay there until about 40 overs.
Yeah, if they can get their team over that 200 mark, I think it will be a respectable total because, again, we note the quality of bowling on both sides and as well as the batting and fielding. So really and truly, it can be anybody's game. You know, the main thing is to get some runs on the board and have a total that you can defend. I think anything under 150 might be too easy in terms of the Masqueraders with a strong batting lineup. Kyle Ramdu coming off a unbeaten half century in that game for North where they clinched the title, and also with Sachin Emrit, Zachary Siwa, Joshua Davis, sorry, and Josh Telemak. You know, they have a lot of batting in their lineup, so Hummingbirds would want to set that total of over 200. 250 would be ideal, but that would require much more acceleration at this point in time. So Davis will continue here and go into his 9th over.
Well, Josh Telemak, interesting to see what kind of workload he would have today, because just yesterday evening his name was featured. He took 1 for 7 for the Rainforest Rangers in the Tobago T10 Blast, and that was just yesterday evening. Now he's here today. Now he might want to look at his workload because, you know, traveling, a bit of jet lag might be getting to him, so they would want to watch that.
Yeah, it really is a lot of cricket these days for these young players.
Bola, bola!
That one flighted again by Davis. Played nicely into the offside from Chase. And they get a quick single. So Riyad Mohammed back into strike, 38 from 80. Be looking forward to get his half century here after all the hard work he has put in thus far this morning. Davis fighting that one, and Mohammed coming forward. He would be aware that there's a slip in place. Slip being such an emirate. So just making sure to cover that ball. That one is flighted down the leg side and swept away for 4 runs. Another beautiful sweep shot there from Riyad Mohammed. And just waiting on the bar delivery from Davis to capitalize on it. And that finishes Davis's over. There, 7 runs conceded from it. So again, Masqueraders doing well. Hummingbirds, sorry, doing well to increase the run rate at that point in time. And the Masqueraders will be looking to just continue to get wickets as they were previously and not allow the runs to just escape them. I think it's very sensible batting here from Riyad Mohammed, as he would be aware of all the dot balls that he faced initially, and then now reaching to the stage where he knows that his side has to get more runs. He would seek to take advantage of any opportunity he can, play the shots that he's comfortable with. Still really haven't seen him play any irregular cricket shots or any cross-bat shots, but everything he has played is textbook. So impressive innings thus far from Mohammed as Siwa continues to chase. That one keeping a bit low there. Chase trying to play that into the offside, but that ball deceiving him. Take a look at this replay. And that area of the pitch, in fact, since this morning with the new ball, has seen a lot of balls keep lower than usual. Probably would be best advice to come forward to those deliveries there. Try and pace the gap as you see him coming forward there. Plays with soft hands. Gets a comfortable quick single. Picked up cleanly by Joshua James in the field, but not returning it as the batsman were already off. Good line and length there from Siwa. Just keeping it tight. You'll be mindful not to concede as many runs as the last couple of overs have been 8 and 7 runs respectively. Given the initial trend of just around 2 or 3 runs per over, it would be considered a bit expensive, but then again, it's just the ebb and flow of the game as the bar deliveries were put away properly. And he's out there. A very anticlimactic dismissal, in fact, for Riyad Mohammed. Initially, I thought it was a spectator's catch, as it seemed to have come off the ground, but Siwa, we now see the players converging and the batsman walking off the field. On that one, just holding in the pitch a bit, trying to play that into the offside was Mohammed, and Siwa with a cotton bowl. Very casual, as we could see there. No celebration from the wicket keeper or even Ramdu rushing on. It's only when Mohammed turned his back that, you know, it was confirmed. The umpire didn't even raise his hand. So we were left wondering for a second there. But the end of Mohammed's innings, very vigilant and watchful thus far, but giving way to that delivery from Siwa. Again, Ian just seems to have held up in the pitch a bit because he was playing that shot confidently all the time before, and on this occasion we see it just taking the upper edge of his bat, and a very simple return catch from Siwa in his follow through. Again, we see the importance of following through for a fast bowler. You know, if he was veering either right or left, it would have been very difficult, but keeping his line and his direction, that ball coming very comfortably to him. So 96 for 6 are the Hummingbirds after 29.4 overs. That brings to the crease the new batsman in the skipper, Mikhail Jalim, skipper of the Presentation College San Fernando team that was victorious, undefeated. So he certainly has a lot of experience and winning experience at that in captaining a side. Very good all-round player is Jaling. Tidy left-hand orthodox and fares well with the bat, so he'll be mindful of the rest of batters to come and just look to occupy the crease for a bit, as there are on or around 20 overs remaining in this innings and still enough time for the Hummingbirds to get a respectable total.
No, that wicket by Riyad Mohammed should be a big wicket to celebrate for the Masqueraders. Now, he's gone for 42. He would have thought that he would have been the one to carry on. He's been there for quite a while. Now you have two new batsmen coming in. A quick single, looking to they try to
Immediately sent back there because of the
yes.
attacking nature of the field at short cover, picking it up and looking to throw it in one time.
They thought about the quick single, but it was thought it wasn't a good idea. After 5 overs from Siwa, he has 2 for 18. The Hummingbirds, after 30 overs, they're 96 for 6. Bit of some concern there, but they will need to up the tempo, but it will be difficult to do so with only 6 wickets in hand.
Indeed, and with Riyad Mohammed having just departed in that over, I think, you know, they would want to see how best they can get over that 150 mark first of all, and then look to push on towards 200, because granted 200 is still the main target they would want to push forward to, but at the same point in time be cognizant of the batters that are remaining and not going too hard too early, you know.
200 from 20, 200, that would be 104 more runs in just 20 overs. Should not be a tall order, even with 6 wickets down. They can do that comfortably without making any risky shots. That's just 5 runs per over. You can get 5 runs per over easily without any risk taking. So they should be able to get that 200, but really push on for 220, 230.
Davis, nice fly there again, bringing chase forward. And no run. Davis bowling his 10th over on the trot. So, Herculean effort from the captain thus far. Never easy to bowl 10 overs, even for a spinner at this young age. As we know in the regional and test format, sometimes spinners bowl 15 overs plus. So it's good to see him from this stage here. We see a lovely dive and stop at mid-off. That's Siwa again in the field. Good looking shot from Chase, just wasn't able to pace the gap comfortably, and it brings Mikhail Jalim into strike.
It's coming right time over to you. 2 balls gone.
Flight to delivery and played into that offside area, but no run. And Jalim also being captain of this team, so right now captain is bowling to the captain of the batting team. He'd want to stay there through the end of this innings and ensure that his team doesn't get bowled out first of all, but reaches to a total that is manageable. Just one more delivery left in the spell from Davis. Sure, you want to finish with a wicket if he can, and if not, just maintain that consistency as he does. Nice flight to delivery. Good shot from Jalim. Just play defensively, and that finishes the spell from Joshua Davis. 10 overs completed from him. 2 wickets for 33 runs. Economy rate of 3.3. So great work from the skipper there, Ian.
Yes, good work from him. 2 wickets for 33 runs. Bowling his 10 overs from on the trot. Let's see who will take over from the southern end, where he has been operating.
Well, I know he has the left arm orthodox of Abdullah Cambridge to revert to if he wishes. Also the bowling option of Niall Mingo, who we haven't seen as yet. And then the pair of Joshua James and Abdur Juman, who bowled excellent in that opening spell. They have on or around 4 overs each So it would be interesting to see how he juggles his bowlers. Siwa going well from that end, 2 for 18, picking up some key wickets, and 5 overs remaining from him. This is his 6th, so it would be 4 after this, but certainly enough overs to go around for the captain.
Yes, yes, of course. He does not have Orlando James or Josh Telemark. They were featured last evening for the Tobago T10 Blast. James scoring 22 in Little Tobago Islands loss. He would have scored 22 in Little Tobago Islands lost the Rainforest Rangers, and Josh Telemark took 1 for 7 to help Rainforest to that victory.
As you see that delivery there, short outside the off stump, just punch through the gap between cover and point, and the batsman gets a comfortable 2. And some exciting stuff across in that Tobago T10, Ian.
Yes, Jason Mohammed blasted 106 from just 32 deliveries with 12 sixes and 6 fours. So really showing what he can do in the shortest form of the game.
Yeah, that was a really magnificent innings there. You know, I was looking at it on the live stream from Cricket 360, and honestly was amazed to see Jason Mohammed play so attacking, I must admit, because I'm accustomed to him being someone who plays that stabilizer role, and you know, he can play his attacking shots, as we know, but never want to play so aggressive. Also hitting 10 consecutive sixes, as I have been informed. So it's really something out of the ordinary there from Jason Mohammed, but that's what T10 cricket does. You know, it shows another side of these players who we are accustomed seeing one version of. That's a slower delivery there from Siwa, and not getting all of it there was Chase. And we also note that Nicholas Singh has been scoring well, you know, getting a couple of scores over 50.
Yeah, last evening he scored 74, I believe, 74 not out. So he too did well. So a lot of performances coming out from the Tobago T10 Blast.
That one is just played with soft hands into the offside for a quick single. And it's good to see that excitement in the Tobago T10 Blast there. Great coverage as well. I'm certainly looking forward to the games on offer every evening.
Yes, of course, brought to you by Cricket 360's crew that is in the sister isle of Tobago.
Yes, so we encourage all of our viewers to log in again this afternoon. First match goes off around 4:45 p.m.
So I'm wondering what Michael and company are doing like now, so they can be somewhere on Store Bay.
Yes, I'm sure they'll be enjoying all aspects of the sister isle on offer while taking in some lovely cricket.
I think if I know for sure if Gordon's across there, Gordon definitely will be in Store Bay.
Yeah, it's really a wonder of the Caribbean, Little Tobago, as we see all of the lovely beaches they have on offer. Sometimes I wish we can trade a couple of the beaches we have in Trinidad, Ian. We don't want all, maybe just 1 or 2 with those blue turquoise waters.
Nice, lovely waters. So this is and you would have heard from the umpire on the stump mic, this is a bowling change. Jaden O'Brien coming in for Jaden Kent.
So Brian getting his chance.
Oh, that would have been a beauty for a first delivery. Full toss, straight back to O'Brien. Did not hold on to it. Oh my word.
Almost a wicket on his first ball there, and that one, a juicy full toss. I just couldn't get down in time there, O'Brien. Really unfortunate there. See, this one is also flighted, and did that take the outside edge? Or just seems to have missed the bat and the keeper as well, Ian. So exciting stuff in these first two deliveries here from O'Brien.
He was another player who would have played last week at the North for the North team in the Interzone under 19 final. He's pitching them all up. Trying to decipher what he's bowling, but I think it's off spin, off break.
Very well flighted, I must say, from those first deliveries we have seen thus far. 2 dot balls and a single coming off that third one. That's played into the offside region, getting the outer edge of the bat. So it could very well be a tactic here to tempt these batsmen. Another flighted delivery there and driven nicely by skipper Jalim down to the feeder from deep extra cover, comes off the boundary just for a single.
So Davis just relaxing the protection he had in the covers and pushing that fielder down to the boundary.
And we see the change in the field for when Chase is on strike. For Jalim, both long off and long on are brought up to mid off and mid on, and now they have returned to their boundary position. So that one seemed to have moved away. I'm not sure if that was the leg break or the doosra.
Get the look at his action, because it seemed to be an off break he's bowling by the way he's playing with it in his hands. So that would have been a very good doosra that he would have bowled as Chase gets this one down to for one.
Could very well be that he's bowling finger spin these days, Ian, as we've seen in modern cricket. Instead of just having the traditional off spinner, you have finger spinners who can both bowl the off spin and the leg spin from the same action.
Yes, and I remember the young Akil Hussain when he came to the Queen's Park Oval, but we were playing with Glenorahs at the time and we were using the indoor nets, and we saw this little 13-year-old at the time bowling that direction. We couldn't decipher what he's doing, whether he's bowling into the right-hander or into the left-hander, what he's doing. He had all of us bamboozled, and it was so good to see him having international bowlers in the same bamboozlement. So it's really good to see where he has progressed.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, Akil Hussain has been around cricket since I played national under 13, 14 thereabouts, and you know, we are around the same age group. I've seen him grow from that stage where he was a young cricketer, just as we see our under 13s in these zonal competitions, and rising to that West Indies format as Abdullah Cambridge comes back into the attack for his 6th over left-arm orthodox, similar to Akil Hussain. But as you noted, it's a lot of hard work and dedication that allowed Hussain to reach that stage, because for many years, I think Trinidad and Tobago senior team had spinners who were constants, and it was very difficult to break into that lineup. And Hussain, almost every time I went to the Oval's nets, he was there. He was working on his bowling, he was working on his batting, and similarly, Yannick Karaya, who recently broke into the West Indies team, you know, he showed that dedication and consistency in his training. So very good to see those players putting in the hard work and then reaping the rewards for their efforts. As we see a lot of these under 19 players, you know, they are training almost every day. In fact, I think right now they have cricket about 3 or 4 days for the week at minimum, and with just 3, I wouldn't even call them off days, 3 days within which they have no scheduled games. They have training, they have other commitments, and you know, they take it upon themselves to work with each other and help each other grow.
Yes, in the meantime, Cambridge has replaced Siwa. He's coming back for another spell at the top. in the 6th over. And it's good to have a lot of cricket played because that is one way you do get better. You play a lot. When you do a lot of the same thing, you will get better.
Especially with match practice as well. Nothing really and truly replaces practice out in the middle. As much as you can have sessions in the middle using a turf wicket or using a turf net, so any of those factors, that experience out there in the middle with game situations and pressure is always most important. So at the end of 34 overs, Hummingbirds 104 for 6, and we see all of the kids there in the stands coming out from the Ttcb Easter camp that is on display to watch this cricket out in the middle. So as the players in the field take a drinks break, we'll take a short drinks break here as well and return to you soon. Welcome back here to the National Cricket Centre, Vancouver, where we have the Hummingbirds against the Masqueraders in the Under-19 Cup. Just resuming play after the second drinks break. Hummingbirds are 104 for the loss of 6 wickets after 34 overs. Current run rate 3.06, and batsman at the crease, captain of the Hummingbirds team, Nikhil Jalim, as well as fellow teammate from Presentation College San Fernando, Ricardo Chase. Chase going well on 15 from 28, and Jalim 1 from 11, playing a bit of a mindful innings. And for the Masqueraders, we have Jaden O'Brien resuming the attack in his second over. That one is played nicely down to long on for a single. And again, we saw a change in the field initially, where for Chase, those fielders are on the boundary, and for Jaling, they are keeping the pressure on and bringing those fielders into the 30-yard circle. Notably, only 2 players on the boundary for Jaling, one at deep mid wicket and one at deep extra cover. And that delivery just beats the outside edge of the bat there. And that one again passing the outside edge of the bat. Waiting to see whether it's going to be single byes or runs. The batsman go for one and come back for the second, and it's byes. So some turn on offer here from O'Brien. In fact, I think he's bowling more leg spin deliveries. Despite his initial first couple of deliveries were off spin, now he has turned the ball away from the right-handed batsman. So some variation on display here from O'Brien. That one is a bit too wide outside the off stump and signal away by the umpire. That one is down the leg side and pulled away nicely. Doesn't get all of it, so they go through for one and they'll come back for the second. Let's train a bit with his line there. Jalen moves on to 3 with that double. Still on around 15 overs left in the inning, so has some time to bat. And can certainly look to bat throughout and come on not out here with a decent score, as the skipper would want to marshal his troops over that 200 mark if it's possible. So you see the batsman just having a conversation in the middle. And Cambridge seems set to resume the attack from that end.
Got the last. Hey boy.
This one is angled into the body of Chase. Plays it defensively there, and no runners is picked up cleanly by the bowler.
That's the guy.
Again, that's one good line and length there from Cambridge, drawing Chase forward.
Stay patient, buddy. Stay patient.
No run scored yet off this over. He's bowling very tight.
Keep bowling, guy. You keep bowling, guy.
This one's flighted a bit extra and allows him to just free the shackles a bit, as he played somewhat of a loose shot, but got the bottom edge of the bat and went away to the leg side region. So he gets a single there.
So Hummingbirds would really need to get as much runs from Chase as possible. Chase is a capable batsman, a capable all-rounder.
That's a lovely shot there from Jalen into the offside. Again, didn't get hold of it. But looked very good when played it in terms of his balance and his poise.
Nickel Jalem, who's a captain of Presentation San Fernando, batting with one of his abled all-rounders. The other one will be Eden Racha, who is playing in the Under-16 Cup. Very good team, Presentation Sando, mixture of Under-19s and Under-16 players.
Yeah, I think in fact the entire lineup is a mix of national players, and it only augurs well for their future given the fact that some of the players has more years to go. And here we take a shot as our cameraman looks at all of the kids involved in the TTCB's Easter camp. You know, it's really great to see such a huge turnout and attendance by these kids, as well as the effort by their parents to bring them out every day and get them involved in the sport of cricket. So excellent initiative here from the TTCB, and to have these kids also looking on in the field of play where they have under-19 cricketers, some of the best in the country on display, and these kids will be looking to take whatever they can from this game and just enjoy it as much as possible.
Yes, and there's no better way to spend your vacation playing cricket. I remember that in my community in Laventille, every time we get a chance on a weekend or after school, and especially in a school vacation, we play cricket whole day as a ball driven past the bowler O'Brien, and it's bowling some leg spin now, driven back past for 1.
That one is a bit short of a length and pulled away into the leg side. Thankfully there's protection. Niall may go down on that boundary, so just 1 run.
And what is good about that, it was pulled along the ground. It wasn't pulled in the air. So Chase is going about 50, a strike rate about 50, 18 from 36. Jalem a bit slower. He's well now 5 from 18. Thinking about a second run, but he does not go for it and field it down at the boundary. So Chase is on 19 from 37. Jalem 4 from 17. Ball given some flight. Ramdu will run in from mid-on to prevent the single.
This one a wideish full toss outside the off stump. Again played along the ground just for a single. Thought he would have probably wanted to hit that one a bit more expansively there. Looked at that gap over the mid-off fielder, but played safely and they end up getting a single in the end. So Brian with his last delivery of his 3rd over to Chase. Again that one is flighted and played into the leg side by Chase for 1. They look for second, but they can't come back as Mingo swiftly sprints off the boundary and limits them to a single. So fairly tidy over there from O'Brien. There's 4 runs coming off of it.
Yes, it's 3 overs so far, just 11 runs, following in the footsteps of his captain Joshua Davis. He's been asked to do a job and he's doing that job. And we're looking at some of the parents, the older folks of the cricketers looking on at their sons on the cricket field. These 2 gentlemen would have seen it all. And of course be a motivating and inspiration to their sons playing in these matches.
Yeah, as we saw the parents there of Jason Ingard and Christian Rampasad. Flicked away into the leg side. Again pushing hard on the first one, but the fielder coming well off the boundary. So a good battle ensuing here as the batsmen are trying to get more singles and push for 2s, but the fielders are not giving them any chance. You know, they're certainly on their game and aware of the fact that they are coming down to the latter stages of their innings, so they'd want to finish strong as they have started and maintain throughout the entirety.
And Chase and Jalim doing what is asked of them. They're trying to get at least 40 overs, and let's take it from there. We're in a 38 over, so they're not too far off from that 40 over mark. And of course, with 6 wickets down, we can push on from 40 overs to see how close we can get at 117 for 6. So 200 right might be the target for them at this stage.
And that's good working off the ball there. Really, really soft hands from Jalim. I think he in fact just let the bat hang and let the ball touch it. He didn't put any force or effort into that, and immediately taking off a quick single. So good innovation there from the skipper, knowing that the field at short cover is off of the second and third pitches to the right side of this main pitch.
So Ramdu with a catch, another wicket, just when we were talking about getting to 40 runs. I think I shouldn't talk about that anymore. And just when I was talking about getting to 40 runs, Ricardo Chase goes for the number on his back. He goes for 20. Maybe he should have won a number 40.
Indeed. I mean, it's really unfortunate. Again, another batsman getting a start. Chase went really well, in fact, for his 20. And similar to Riyad Mohammed, out in a soft manner, given the fact that, you know, he just flicked that one aerially to Kyle Ramdo, a tall guy at short mid wicket there, and able to get that catch. As we see young Liam Mamchan coming to the crease, wearing a very lucky number in 23. I must admit that's also my favorite number as well. You know, having been my birthday as also the number of Michael Jordan, David Beckham, a lot of these.
LeBron James,
you know, international stars.
In basketball, it's a big number.
And I'm sure Liam Mamchan would walk out here knowing fully well the role he has to play for his team. And with the luck of the 23 on his back, I'm sure he'll come in here for an excellent innings.
And he's also very handy with a bat as well. Don't mind, he's batting at number 9. He has played some good innings for Naparima this term, and would want to see if he can bat all the way to 50 overs. Yes, 12 overs and 2 balls to play and show his all-round ability. So we all know that he's capable with the bat, even actually more frightening with the ball in his hand. But right now he has to do the work with a bat. So he joins his skipper. So it's a Naparima batsman and Presentation San Fernando batsman. They are both on the wicket.
Yeah, this is what we really love to see in our cricket. You know, the fact that 2 top players from 2 top schools in South Trinidad can share the crease for a unified purpose. And very good friends they are as well. So I'm sure that understanding will go a long way, as we see Mamchan's off the mark immediately with a lovely drive down to that long on region and picks up a single. So as you rightly said, Ian, he's certainly capable with the bat. You know, he can play all of the strokes. He can certainly hit the ball to the boundary as well. So with some overs remaining, I think he's probably the last recognized batsman, so to speak, in this lineup, and he'd want to just keep his captain company as long as he can.
Cambridge to Jalim. Jalim is watching that go to the wicketkeeper. Maybe he was thinking about a wide, but the umpire does not call a wide, and that's the end of the 38 over, 119 for 7, as we are looking at some parents, more parents under that tent, an inviting tent it is, nice and shady.
Yes, we're seeing supporters at different vantage points of the ground. Previously with the kids on the bleachers, the parents under the covered tent. Then we also have a couple parents who are refusing the tent but preferring a better view, as they brought their beach chairs and sitting at an angle that's very good in terms of viewing the pitch itself and how the bowlers are faring.
So the left-handed batsman, Mamchan, is marking his crease because it's the first time he's facing on that end. He'll be facing Jade O'Brien for the first time. O'Brien 3 overs, none for 11. Hasn't taken a wicket, but bowled some decent deliveries, getting some turn, exaggerated turn as well. Now he's bowling into the left-hander where the ball, he'll be getting his natural movement into the left-hander. Let's see how he's able to work with that. He has a short mid-wicket, but on the
Sharp turn in that delivery there and some bounce as well.
yeah, so
Mamshan just stepping across and watching the ball to see whether it would have gone through to the keeper, but that one, a lot of purchase off of the surface and bounced into him, just hitting him on his body there. So first delivery to him, faces up to that second one and tries that with confidence. Down to that fielder long on, Kyle Ramdu.
Look at.
Picks up a good single there. Brings back skipper Jalim on strike. Certainly might be more difficult here, Ian, for the right-hander to face against that immense turn that we have seen from O'Brien thus far.
as you can see, they're maintaining that one slip because with that turn, the outside edge will come eventually. He also has a strong offside field. Oh, good ball. Beating the bat all ends up, as we say.
That's a beauty there. And that one, in fact, I think, once Jalam is reading the turn, knowing fully well that it pitched outside off and is away from his stops, you know, could have probably looked to just step back and across there and drive it. But again, all respect to the bowler, that one is much closer. So that one is a peach of a delivery, because the previous one I thought it was still a bit too wide outside off some, but that one just encouraging him. He had to play. There was no choice there. And just beating that outside edge. Look at turn there, Ian.
Does he have a steering wheel on that ball?
I must say, excellent bowling as he beats the edge again here, does O'Brien. I would love to see him just throw in a googly at this point in time. That one delivery to just go back into the right-handed batsman. After 3 deliveries, comprehensively beating him outside of the off stump. Let's see what he would do here in his last delivery. That's one a bit fuller on the stumps. Jalam drives it back and they get through for a single in the end. Good running by the batsman to again just relieve the pressure and pick up 2 runs off the over. But an excellent over there from O'Brien.
A very good over. And what I liked about it, he's not only turning the ball, but he's pitching the ball in the right area. He's drawing the batsman on the front foot to play. Just not getting the batsman to leave the crease. Now, if he get the batsman to leave the crease, come out of his grounds for the wicketkeeper to do the rest, that will be the icing on the cake. But he's getting the batsman to come forward. He's pitching the ball close enough to invite the batsman to play, and that's where you want to place the ball as a spinner. You have to invite the batsman to come forward and not make him leave alone.
Yeah, that's really and truly where all spinners would want to bowl. Just bringing the batsman forward and allowing the turn to deceive the batsman, as we saw even in the spell from Joshua Davis previously when he bowled his 10 overs. The wicket-taking deliveries were the ones that will flight it a bit more and just encourage the batsman to either play an attacking shot if they so desire, or have to come forward. And sometimes the attacking shots led to their demise as they didn't time it as properly, given the fact that the ball would have just been out of their reach that extra couple of inches or so.
What I can see and what I have observed from Joshua Davis's captaincy since last week, he favors the spinners. He favors the spinners. He has James bowling in his 9th over. He bowled his 10 overs already. And of course, he had O'Brien bowling 4 overs already. So a lot of spin in his diet. This ball is short. Didn't grab hold of it, Jalim. And of course, they would not get a run. just not timing the ball as he would have liked.
Yeah, being a spinner myself, I mean, I can definitely attest to the fact that, you know, it's been a wise decision to use the spinners. But take nothing away from the fact that his pieces have also gotten key wickets at each point in time they have bowled, with Siwa picking up a couple and James and Juman picking up one each earlier. All of those bowlers still have overs remaining. So I'm sure as we approach the 40th over, that one is short, stood up and pulled away nicely. But again, good work there on the boundary by the fielder. And the batsman is picking up one. I thought, in fact, they would have probably pushed hard at the first one and come back for the second. But initially, it seems like the shot was speeding away to the boundary, but good work there.
Yeah, sometimes, well, I wasn't looking at the batsman to see if they would have taken off. Sometimes one of the sins that batsmen play, they like to pose and they don't want to get off immediately after playing the shot. So sometimes what should have been two is just be one. So quick hands by the wicket keeper there, but Bamchan did not leave his ground, so he wasn't in any kind of danger.
Yeah, that one just deceiving the outside edge of the bat. I think he played for some turn that wasn't there, but again, you can't fault him given the turn that's on offer from the other end. You know, would have been mindful of what Cambridge has here as well. And that one is edged, and it's dropped by the slip fielder in that cordon. Fielder there.
James.
Usually very good, as we saw a lovely running catch from him earlier.
But he reacted late.
And that one admittedly would have went very fast to him as well. I think he was at a comfortable height though, you know. Seems to have gone head height, and he went with both hands. But unfortunately, that one being dropped. And another life for the batsman there. So at the end of 40 overs, Hummingbirds are 123 for the loss of 7 wickets. Nikhil Jalaman 9 from 31, Liam Mamchan on 2 from 5, and Jaden O'Brien to continue with his 5th over. I'm sure at some point we would see the return of James into the attack, or Juman,
Yes.
ideally to finish off the innings.
Yes, because we have Cambridge just have 9 overs completed. You just have 1 over to bowl at the top. So maybe if he does bowl his 10 overs, they will have to make a change at the top at some time. O'Brien is bowling very good. I wouldn't take him off because he's only 13 runs in 4 overs, so he's keeping the run rate down. So I will leave him there, and I will just have him bowling out from this end while the faster bowlers bowl from the other end.
Yeah, agreed. I think the fact that he's bowling so well is what has made the decision for Captain Joshua Davis easier in terms of allowing him to continue with his leg spin, and especially the amount of turn on offer when he's bowling. That will encourage any captain, because you know it can bring all sort of factors into play. You see a slight change in the field here for Mamchan, fielder from mid-on, just pushing down to long on. One is flighted, and Mamchan plays that up in the air, but it lands safely as they push for 1 and they come back easily for the second. So using a spin off the ball to play it into that vacant position, and 3 fielders in fact converging around the ball, but none of them able to reach close enough to it, and thankfully he was able to come back for 2 runs in the end. So not a bad shot given the fact that the ball is turning into him, and again knowing that the gap is there, played it to that vacant cow corner region. So it's flighted and again driven a bit aerially, but falling short of that fielder at the middle-off position. So I think what he'll be mindful to do here, Mamchan, is if he's going, go hard.
Yes, go hard. If you're going, go hard. He's strong enough to clear the field. Where did that ball pass?
I think that one passed between bat, pad, keeper, glove, slip, everyone on the field.
Let's
My
look at
word,
it
Ian.
again. That was a peach of a delivery.
You can just see from the time the ball pitched and just zoomed between that
Way.
gap, missing the top of off stump.
Missed everything. Sometimes when our delivery is too good, that happens. It misses the wicketkeeper as well.
Yeah, it's really excellent, but at the end of the day, good work to get a bye. And again beating the outside edge of the right-handed batsman. So finishing strong there in his 5th over, O'Brien. None for 16 after 5. And Hummingbirds, 41 gone, 127 for 7. What total are you thinking here, Ian? 9 overs left, 3 wickets in.
In 9 overs, if they can get 6 runs per over, they only have 3 wickets in hand, and that's a problem. They mightn't be inclined to go after the runs because of the fact that they only have 3 wickets in hand. And so let's say they get that 6 runs per over for the next 9 overs. That's 45 runs. 45 runs would get it to 172, which may not be enough because the way how we saw Ramdu batted last week and Zakari Siwa batted last week. But don't worry, the Masqueraders team will still have to deal with Liam Mamchand, Ricardo Chase and Jason Agard. So that 172 could be a challenging score based on the firepower that Hummingbirds have.
And that one is just tickled down to that 3rd man region. To pick up 2 runs comfortably. Yeah, I think what they have to be mindful of here is the fact that also Nikhil Jalim with his left arm orthodox and Rampasad, you know, capable bowlers in the spin department, but
yes, and even Kaleem Mohammed
with his right arm off spin.
who's good spinner as well. So they have good spinners as well. 'Cause looking at how the pitch is playing, looking at the turn that O'Brien is getting, the Hummingbird spinners can also be licking their lips.
Oh, and he seems to have stepped out of his crease there as the square leg umpire signals out. He's stumped by Fernandez. And some quick glove work there from the Fatima and Hummingbirds keeper. As you see, his back foot probably just raising past the line.
Yes, it looks. And I saw David Williams, a former West Indies wicketkeeper, who was one of the fastest stumpers I've seen. He would be very proud of that work from the wicketkeeper as well.
It's really good glove work there from Fernandez, because it's not to say that Mamchan stretched too far forward or that, you know, his foot was hanging in the air. In fact, it looked like a very, very close call from up here. But obviously the square leg umpire having the benefit of being directly in line with the crease. He raised his finger to single out. So
8 wickets down. And that will be a problem. And now 172 will be far-fetched.
yeah, I think right now at this point in time, they really and truly want to get up to that 150 mark, because 150 at the end of the day, you can defend. Given the fact that we've seen 2 of the premier batters for South not get off as they would like in Kaleem Mohammed and Riyad Mohammed. Riyad still getting a good score, but not in as quick fashion as he would have envisaged. You know, nothing stops the Masqueraders from losing quick wickets as well. You know, Kyle Ramdu, one of their premier batsmen, Zachary Siwa, Joshua Davis, Isaiah Fernandez, even Emrit. If the Hummingbirds, when the Masqueraders go into bat, if the Hummingbirds can get some key wickets up front, it can totally change the outlook of this game. And Jason Agard, you know, has been bowling excellently well alongside Liam Mamchan, both quick bowlers who can swing the ball both ways and pick up key wickets early. They would certainly be aware of Kyle Ramdu and Joshua Davis and how to outsmart these batters. So take nothing away from the game thus far. Yes, the score seems a bit low in terms of what we would have expected, but at the same point in time, it just shows how good the bowling has been thus far as well. And that one, first one out, Ian. Caught in the slips there.
First delivery faced by Jason Agard. He gifts Cambridge. And just like that, Cambridge is on a hat-trick. So now even sorry to say, but 130. Looking really tough to get now at the stage.
Really and truly, I would hope that they could at least bat out the 50 overs, and whatever score they end up with, then by all means they can work with that. But Aga there, just pushing that one and biting the outside edge.
So Hummingbirds, 129 for 9. Not something that we would have envisaged at the start of the play today. Seeing the lineup they would have come to the NCC with. 129 for 9. Very good work from Joshua Davis and his men. Cambridge, 3 wickets, his 3rd wicket, and he can claim his 4th wicket and more importantly claim a hat-trick.
I would love to see what Captain Davis does here in terms of the field placing for this hat-trick ball.
Just seeing the new batsman having some fun with Sachin Emrit. He is the number 11 batsman and he's facing the hat-trick ball, so a lot of pressure on him. Cambridge. Abdullah Cambridge bowling from the northern end, 3 for 39, this 29. This is his 10th and final over. It could be his final delivery if he can claim the hat-trick and get it right. He's hitting in the air and just away from the mid-on bat fielder, and they will come back for 2. They're thinking about the 3rd and they will complete 3 runs. So he does not only survive the hat-trick delivery, gets 3 runs. So Nail Mohammed, he gets off the mark with 3. And Hummingbirds, more importantly, crosses 130. They are 132 for 9. And Nikhil Jalim what he has to do now until as close to 50 overs as possible, he needs to farm the strike as the senior batter. He's wearing the number 6. He faces Cambridge. Plays that inside edge onto the onside. That's the end of the over. The end of Cambridge's, no, just one more delivery for Cambridge. Drives back down to the border. No, that's the end of the over. The end of Cambridge's spell. 3 for 32 from his 10 overs. A very good spell from him. Joshua Davis also conceded just about 31 runs from his 10 overs as well. So the spinners doing the job. O'Brien, who is operating from the southern end, also doing a good job. He bowled about 5 overs, 16 runs. They're just about that 3.2 runs per over mark. So 132 for 9 from 42 overs, 8 overs to go. For their allotment of overs, they would need to bat as long as possible. Get close to 30 to 50 runs, to 50 overs, sorry, as possible. But this is O'Brien, who bowled pretty well and who actually deserves a wicket. Maybe he can get it. He's bowling to the number 11 batsman, Nail Mohammed, who just faced 1 delivery for his 3 runs. Brian bowled some beautiful deliveries, turning the ball big. And it again misses everything, misses the leg stump, and they would just scuttle away for, he was thinking about scuttling away for 1, but a good quick work to keep Mohammed on the striker's end. So Brian will have another chance to go at him. But I think Jalim would want to speak to Mohammed and tell him just do not go after those big expansive drives. Just try to just get off the mark with something more conservative. So Brian, who deserves at least 1 wicket. This one is giving more flight. Drives down to the pulish to mid, to long on. So he will get off the mark. In this over, he moves on to 4. And more importantly, Jalim comes to strike. He's on 10. He faced 36 deliveries. So Masqueraders definitely have the upper hand in this game so far. This one is a full toss. Does well. 4 runs for Jalim. He moves on to 14. More importantly, Hummingbirds. 137 for 9 with that beautiful shot. But a disappointing delivery from O'Brien. And while he has been bowling some very good deliveries, getting the turn off the pitch, he has bowled a couple full tosses, and that is what he would want to get away from. As much as he can turn the ball can only turn when it pitches. Another full toss, and this time not dealt with it as the previous delivery, but it will get one, brings Mohammed back to strike. He will bring Mohammed to face at least the next ball from O'Brien. O'Brien looking for that wicket. Deserved at least one wicket. This one full toss again. He's dragging that one on the onside. It will get one. So 7 runs in this over so far. O'Brien just not getting the length in this over, right? A couple full tosses. One dealt with 4 runs, 1 and 2 of them a single each. O'Brien would want to get this one pitched. This one is pitched. The batsman just coming forward, Jalim, and that's the end of the over. The end of the over from O'Brien, his 6th over, none for 23. After 43 overs, it's 139 for 9. Mohammed's is on 5, and Jalim is on 15, and the Hummingbirds struggling in this innings. Not the innings that they would have wanted. And we are seeing Cambridge, who would have bowled out his 10 overs. We're looking to see. We're seeing Siwa with the ball. But number 11 is marking his run, Abdul Rahman Juman, so he will be returning from the top end. He bowled superbly, a superb first spell. 1 for 8 or 5 overs.
Yeah, I think it's about time we actually saw the return of Juman.
I think it's Joshua Davis. He's seeing that, okay, if I bring in the fast bowlers early, the target might be too small. I want to get a knock in. He's a pacey bowler, bowling to the number 11, left-handed Nila Mohammed.
Yeah, as we were noticing this morning, Ian, you being a fast bowler yourself, I'm sure you could appreciate Joshua James, when he approaches the crease, has that high-handed action where he keeps his wrist upright and keeps the seam delivery of the ball in a constant position so that when he releases, he knows he's getting that movement off the seam when it pitches, as well as the extra bounce from that high release point. Rahman Juman, on the other hand, you can see here is very skiddy. Look at his action there, you know, that quick coming around your head and essentially just getting that ball to pitch and skid onto the batsman, which can pose many challenges. So both of them bowled really well in tandem with each other in terms of having that ability to mix pace and bounce with also pace and skidding through.
Yes, and a very good observation. And in the meantime, what was very important in that last delivery, Mohammed was able to get off the strike and bring in Jalim, who would have faced so far 39 deliveries for his 15. The right-handed Jalim, he will be facing Juman. He has a nice brisk approach to the wicket as well. Looking, playing on a miss. He has a nice brisk approach to the wicket.
But when he's bowled him, middle stump uprooted, I can see the smile on your face here, Ian. A fast bowler's delight. What a delivery.
Ball pitched up. Beautiful delivery. Yoked. In fact, Jalim goes for 15. So that's the score they would have put together. 140 for, well, 440 all out, setting the Masqueraders a small target by their standards, 141 to win.
Yeah, certainly 140 all out in under the 50 overs with just around 6 overs remaining after this one. I think they would have certainly been a bit disappointed with that target, having set out probably score on around 200, 250 ideally, but bearing in mind the wicket outside here and the quick outfield, you know, this runs can be achieved easily if the other team comes out and start to attack from ball one. We know Kyle Ramdo is certainly a batsman who plays very confidently. He would be opening the batting more than likely. It would be interesting to see who partners him, given that there are more than enough capable batsmen in the Masqueraders lineup. But certainly Masqueraders will be pleased with that effort, having pulled out the Hummingbirds for 140 in 43.4 overs, and the run rate required would be just around the same 3.21, or in fact it would be much less, given that we will go up to that 50 over mark. So I think it would be under 3 runs and over, because
it would be 2 point something.
Yes, in fact, because 150 is 3 runs over, so it will be just under that, and really and truly no pressure on the Masqueraders batters when they come back out.
But based on how they approached it last week, especially Ramdo went after the batting and went after the bowling, sorry, and they actually won that match last week for North and with a lot of overs to spare. So let's see how they would approach this. What I would say to batsmen, bat your natural game. Do not, just because you're going at under 3 runs per over, you would try to bat slow out of your comfort zone deliberately. You bat the way you bat. You bat the way you bat. If you're chasing 5 runs per over, 2 runs per over, 3 runs per over, bat the way you bat.
Yeah, definitely agree. So as we take a break in the innings before the Masqueraders come back out to bat, we'll also take a break here in the commentary, and we'll return to you guys with the innings from the Masqueraders as they chase 141 for victory. Welcome back here to the National Cricket Centre, Balmain, Vancouver, as we have this very enthralling encounter between the Hummingbirds and the Masqueraders in the Under-19 Cup. This cup, obviously, organized by the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board as a means of giving these Under-19 cricketers the opportunity to show their wares on display after the recently concluded zonal tournament, where North emerged as the victors of the Under-19 age group. So, as we note in the first innings, the Hummingbirds made 139 all-outs in just around 43.4 overs, and that means that the Masqueraders would require 140 runs here from their 50 overs. And we see the opening pair of Kyle Ramdu coming off a unbeaten half-century in that final for North, joined by Isaiah Fernandez, another teammate from the North team. So alongside me is Mr. Ian Wason, and I look forward to his company for the rest of this innings as we see Jason Agard taking up the attack with his left-arm pace bowling.
Yes, it will be very interesting to see how they approach this run chase. I've seen Ramdu, who was brilliant last week for his 57, and it didn't matter to him if they were chasing 118 or 180. He approached it in a particular way. Now, as we have been seeing since in the first innings, we have been singling out Jason Agard as one of the bowlers to make this target an uncomfortable one. Let's see how they're going to approach this. He has 2 slips to start, and he will be bowling over the wicket to the right-hander. So he's going to get the ball slanting away from the right-handed batsman. Confident appeal, and the umpire says no, down the leg side. It hit something, definitely. Let's see what it was. First up from Jason Agard.
As you see that new cherry just shaping into the batsman Fernandez, and it was taken by the keeper. We really can't tell from here whether there was any edge of the bat or whether it would have hit the pad, but seems to have hit the pad there, and the appeal for LBW, the umpire unmoved, and despite how confident that appeal was, I think Agard was in fact celebrating already as he ran off to the mid-wicket region with all of the players converging.
I more think they would have been appealing for the court behind. Maybe they thought they would have got something from the bat, because clearly it was going down leg side. It was going down leg side, so it definitely could not have been leg before wicket, but at the end of it was a very good ball actually.
Yeah, a lot of movement inward there from Agard, so showing that he can move the ball both ways. As you know, his natural angle is to take the ball away. As you see that one pitched outside off stump and just shaping away nicely to the keeper. But that first delivery, I'm sure, would have caught Fernandez off guard, you know, expecting it to probably leave his bat, and that one just swinging into him and cramping him for room on that leg side.
Thanks.
Very good delivery. The innings from the southern end. And left to be seen is also Ricardo Chase.
No!
Good delivery there from Agard into the body of Fernandez. Fernandez not usually a very attacking batsman, you know, one to just take his time and look at the ones or twos. A bit small in stature as well, so not a powerful hitter off the ball, but all of those factors are made up for in his partner at the other end, Kyle Ramdu. You know, he towers over a lot of his teammates and colleagues at this age group level, and really has shown how capable he is with the bat throughout this entire season.
No!
The ball is played on the onside. They will get no run. And good tight bowling from Jason Agard to start this innings. 4 dot balls. Very first one was a confident appeal for a catch going down leg side, but the umpire would have ruled not out as the ball would have hit the pads. The pad, one of the pads.
That one again swinging. going into the leg side. Didn't seem to get all of it cleanly, and umpire signals leg byes there.
So the Masqueraders innings gets off the mark, but both batsmen, because it was a leg by, they would remain, both batsmen remain on 0, as this is Ramdu's first delivery he will be facing. The left-handed Ramdu.
Very interesting to see this battle here between Agad and Ramdu. As we know, usually left-arm pace bowlers have an advantage against the right-handed batsman. But given the movement of Agad thus far into the right-handed batsman, I'm sure he's going to take it away from Kyle Ramdu and see if you can get this most prized scalp from the Masqueraders team. That one is just shaping away outside off, and Ramdu opening the face, getting a comfortable single. That ball played down the third man, while the Mamchan is fielding and is presently walking towards the pitch, because I'm sure he's going to take up the attack from this end.
Yes, he has his cup in his hand, so he will be taking up the attack from the southern end. What he would normally do for Naprima College. In the south zone, so he will be looking to open his account here.
See some heavy winds coming across the pitch and a lot of dust is blowing from east to west in that direction.
Yes, the field is, if you were not sure that we're in a dry season, you're looking at the field and you could know that not seeing much green. Grass is predominantly brown and a lot of dust. Even in the where Mamchan is walking out, there's not one blade of grass there, it's just dust. So when this field welcomes the rain, you will see a different field in the rainy season. But right now, it's actually a dry, and when you have a dry field like this, I think the fielders would be less inclined to slide and dive around in the field, not inviting to do so.
Yeah, it really is very unique condition, because on one hand, you'll be thankful that the outfield is dry as a batsman, because you want the ball to run along to the boundary as quickly as possible. As a bowler, you'd be missing out on any chance that passes there in a circle, because you know how easily you can get to that mark. But it's good to see the cricketers still persisting. Mamchan runs in with his first delivery here. Oh, and he's bowled him first ball. Behind his back, he's bowled Kyle Ramdu here and runs away in celebration. Look at his teammates, how happy they are with that wicket. And what a delivery, Ian.
That's one of the prize wickets, and I was having a chat with Mamchan just at the break, and he had already identified Ramdu as one of the 4 main batsmen they need to get. That's one. They just have 3 more to get. As we see, Ramdu was just trying to make some room for himself, but he was bowled on the leg stump by Mamchan. Very first delivery is 2 for 1, as Ramdu goes for 1, and that is what definitely they would want. Now this brings the new batsman Wayne Edwards Jr. to the wicket. He's batting at number 3, and Mamchan with a delivery, very first the ball.
Yeah, really an excellent delivery there from Mamchan. I mean, one thing we know for sure, he's a thinking bowler. And in fact, I saw in a few games for the season, both for Naprima College as well as South Zone, he in fact had a plan set up from the night before for the batsman that he knew he was going to be bowling against. And this seems to be one of those plans, because he has played with Kyle Ramdu and against him several times over the years, I'm sure. And he knows fully well that he would have simply walked across his stumps there, because Ramdu is someone who does have that shuffle, and Mamchan pitching that ball to beat him behind his back. I mean, really and truly, you could see the strategy there from
Yes,
him.
of course, and that's his Naparima teammate. He played a couple games for Naps before the decision was made. And look, this is a shuffle that you were talking about, coming across in the direction of the off stump just a bit, and Mamchan getting to clip the leg stump. They would have played, they would have bowled. He would have bowled to him in the net so many times during the season as a Naparima teammate. So he knows exactly that shuffle that he would have been coming across, and he executed it well.
Of course, and you know when you're bowling to a teammate in the nets, it's one thing. But when you're bowling against a teammate with a new ball in your hand, my word, that's really something that fast bowlers look forward to, Ian.
Yes, of course, especially when, and there's a thing that the batsmen and the bowlers in the nets and the practice, they have their little one-on-ones, they have their little personal battles as well. And now they would have taken one of those battles onto the field here. So Mamchan getting a very good start. He's bowling to Wayne Edwards for the first time.
It's another good delivery there on the line of the stumps. And it was just defending that one as it goes into the offside. Straight to the fielder for no run. So now with two right-handed batsmen at the crease, I'm sure he'd look to use his ability to swing the ball. We know he can swing the ball both ways, in and out. And, you know, it'd be interesting to see if he can start to get some purchase away from these right-handed batsmen here and pick up another key wicket early.
And there will be no let-up by the Hummingbird team, as to come, they still have Ricardo Chase to do his thing with the ball as well, and we know what he can do. Getting some nice bounce, some nice carry to the wicket-keeper. We saw the wicket-keeper that take up the ball at an uncomfortable position.
And that seems to have come off a fuller line delivery as well. It wasn't too short to say that, you know, the bounce was on offer from the pitch, but it really just hit the pitch at that fuller line delivery and skidded through to the keeper there, Matthias Koma. Mamchan runs in. The breeze strongly across. It's another good delivery. Very accurate with his line and length thus far. As you see the dust again. Let's hope none of the players get taken away with this breeze here. Very strong outside there.
And taken away by the dust. This is Mamchan with his fifth ball of the over, already getting a wicket with his first. Another ball left by the batsman onto the wicket keeper.
Yes, again, very good line and length there. You know how difficult it is to keep that new ball in a consistent area, and especially with that wind we're seeing on offer, it can easily affect your trajectory.
One more delivery. Another dot ball can make it a wicket maiden to start from the southern end. As Masqueraders looking for 140 to win, are 2 for 1 in the second over.
And again, another dot ball there to finish the over. So very good over from the Mamchan first up. 1 wicket for no run. And the Masqueraders after 2 overs, 2 for the loss of 1 wicket.
And that exactly would not be what the Masqueraders would have wanted. Losing one of their top batsmen for no score. The score is 2 for 1. But the thing is, they still have to come Sachin Emrit, Zachary Siwa, and Joshua Davis. And these are the other 3 batsmen that was identified by Mamchan as the players they would need to get out early if they have to have any chance of defending 139, 140.
Yeah, and Agard would certainly be looking at that wicket from Mamchan and excited at a chance here to get one for his own self.
This one, he's chasing a wide delivery. The umpire did not signal wide. It was very close to being a wide, actually. very interesting to see why the umpire would not have signaled that wide. But when chasing after that wild delivery is Fernandez, what important for him, he did not induce the edge. Let's look at that replay from the left-handed bowler. And very close to being a wide. Borderline wide, I would call that.
That was much better inside the line and closer to the bat. Still beating the outside edge of Fernandez, so hasn't seemed to get one off the middle of the bat just as yet. Getting a bit of chat here from wicketkeeper Komal and skipper Jalim, as well as Riyad Mohammed. As we can see, everyone just converging on the pitch to remind Fernandez that the game is not over until all the runs have been scored.
But I think Fernandez should not have been playing at those two deliveries because they were so wide. He could have just left those deliveries and let them go to the wicketkeeper. I think he would be causing trouble for himself, looking to run after those balls.
Granted, those deliveries would have given the bowlers encouragement as well as the fielders, hoping that something is on off. And again, that one is close to the wide line there.
And this time he does the right thing, just watching it go to the wicketkeeper. You are chasing a small score, 139, 140. But there is no need for you to run after those deliveries so early in the innings.
Yeah, there really isn't. I mean, with this score to chase and knowing the fact that you have a chance here to impress national selectors as well as the national senior team's coach, you know, you don't want to bat long and essentially get the runs as easily as possible. No need for any unnecessary risk. See the bails just flying off the stumps there.
Well, maybe Agard will use that as inspiration. And he would want the bails to fly off on the opposite end.
Yeah, I think it's the same bails that were taken off from Ramdu in the last over.
Good delivery, beating outside the off stump. This time it was a little closer to the batsman, so he thought that he had to play. But again, the ball passing the edge.
Yeah, excellent delivery there from Agard. That's exactly where he'd want to pitch Ian, a bit closer to the batsman there. Not giving them too much width outside the off stump to allow the ball to be easily left alone, but encourage them to play so he can try to get the ball passing the bat.
So Jason Agard just conceding the one run in the first over, bowling an engaging second over. And this one is allowed appeal and he's gone!
Plum LBW there. You could have seen even from the angle of the delivery, Fernandez stepping across his stumps and Agard hit him plumb there. Wayden was holding his head in dismay as his partner has to depart the crease. What a delivery here, Ian.
Because we saw the umpire shaking his head before his finger went up, but we knew that it was plumb. It's 2 for 2 as Masqueraders are chasing a relatively small target of 140, but Jason Agard and Liam Mamchon are making this target look like 250 right now.
Yes, well, I mean, even as we noted at the end of that first innings, the bowling lineup of the Hummingbirds is certainly nothing to be messed with, because at the end of the day, we've seen how Liam Mamchon started that first over, a wicket made and a wicket off his first ball, taking away the premier batsman from the Masqueraders and Kyle Ramdo, and now we have Jason Agard taking away the other opener in Isaiah Fernandez. As you look at that delivery again, really a beautiful delivery, pitching on our wrong middle stump and just keeping its shape as the batsman shuffled across and was plumb LBW. So it brings the captain, Joshua Davis, to the crease. He really hasn't scored much recently in terms of the zonal format, but had some base calls for Fatima.
Yes, of course, and this is one of the 4 batsmen that Mamchon would have identified as the important wickets to get. We already got rid of the opener Kyle Ramdu, and the other 2 batsmen they would have identified as Sachin Emrit and Zachary Siwa. So once you can get these batsmen out cheaply, you have a very good chance of defending the 139 runs.
Yeah, and we're just into the 3rd over with 2 wickets already falling, so Hummingbirds will certainly have their tails up at this point in time, and they will look to unsettle Joshua Davis as he reaches to the crease.
also Davis, who had a good season with Fatima College. He would want to replicate some of his form into this match, into this tournament. And his victory last week in the interzone with North Zone.
That's much better already from Davis. You can see him just getting his feet to the pitch of the ball. And that ends a brilliant over by Jason Agard. Another wicket maiden. So following in line from Mamchan with his first over being a wicket maiden as well. And really excited to see how he continues here. Sure, he'd be looking to get a wicket of Wayne Edwards Jr. or Joshua Davis. Any wicket at this point in time would be vital as they have to maintain defending that score of 139.
So it has been quite a while. A run has been scored. But there have been 2 wickets for no runs so far in the last 2 overs. As Hummingbird are determined to make that Masqueraders target really challenging one.
It's a fuller line delivery there. That one just played into the leg side. And the umpire signals 4 runs. That one sped across the outfield there. Not a bad delivery, but just seems to have picked up the inside edge of the bat as it went down to that vacant position.
As we were talking about the speed of the outfield. Once it got there, that vacant area.
Yeah, the batsman wasn't even convinced by that shot, as you could see. He looked to play that one straight, and it took the inside edge to go to the leg side. So, by all means, the bowler shouldn't let that boundary affect him. It's encouraging signs here for any fast bowler.
Unnecessary danger. I can't understand why they would put the batsmen would put themselves in that unnecessary danger. It's just we're in the 4th over. Your run rate, your required run rate is less than half, less than 3 runs per over. There's no need to get those kinds of tangles out in the middle.
We see a very, very strong offside field with just one fielder on the leg side in that short mid-on position. Want to get into the offside and bowl into his field well here, knowing that it's fully packed and very difficult for the batsman to pace that gap.
A lot of chatter out in the middle. The fielders trying to get the batsmen uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's all part of the mental game, the psychological differences that these things make. You can make 100 runs seem like 200 based on the circumstances.
This one is a confidently driven, but not getting any runs there. Good fielding there and good field placement. And we're talking about the chatter. You know, when the West Indies would have gone to Australia in the past, there was a lot of talk about the batsmen having to face a lot of chatter and sledging from the Australians, the slip cordon. Each batsman go on to bat. You know, they have to face all kind of talk and attacks, not just from the bowlers, but also from the slip cordon.
Yeah, I think those days were really and truly much different to now in terms of the level of sledging that was taking place, you know. Thankfully, rules have come in place as that one is angled on the leg side and just tucked off the pads. They get a signal as the keeper picks it up. But as you recall from the documentary Fire in Babylon, Ian, where the West Indies cricketers always stated that the sledging in fact fueled them more. That caused them to bowl more aggressively and
yes, of course.
quicker.
Even when I'm playing, I don't want to say when I was playing. I'm not retired yet, so
in the occasional
on the
games.
occasional game, I love to have a little bit of sludge, and it gives you that energy when the batsman giving you talk, and as the bowler you have to respond with the ball. And even in the regional, the Caribbean tournament that we had, West Indies cricket, You would have heard some of the talk from the Jamaican fielders when the West Indies openers, Kamel Puran and let's see this delivery. Ball played on the onside. There's a chance here, but the throw was not a particularly good one. And the batsman will get through for the quick single. And it was Kamel Puran and Vikesh Mohan. They were opening, and you would hear the Jamaicans saying, "Hey, come on, man. The next two openers all ain't good, man. Susano coming back next year." Yeah, just a talk, letting the batsmen know that Susano and the other opener, Keegan Simmons, would be returning in the lineup because the openers couldn't handle the pressure. So what kind of talk you would be hearing?
Of course. Likewise, when Guyana was playing against Trinidad and Tobago and Darren Bravo stepped to the crease, the first comment was, "Short ball." And so says, so done. You know, a short ball was eventually his demise in that game. But it is really interesting to see all of that.
As a captain, as a bowler, if I tell you short ball, I'm coming with a Yorker.
I think at that point in time, they know fully well what they plan to do, and they had no intentions of hiding it as Agard continues here. As well, again, it in the pads and is out. LBW again. Joshua Davis facing up to Agard here, trying to play that one into the offside, but hits him on the pads and given LBW by the umpire. So what a wonderful delivery from Agard. And again, an excellent start to this third over from him.
8 for 3. This is excellent from Agard. This time bowling around the wicket into the right-hander. And a very good wicket, 8 for 3. And this is Joshua Davis, the second of the 4 targeted batsmen that they want to get. As I mentioned, I was having this conversation with Mamchan during the break. He identified Joshua Davis and Ramdu, who are already out, along with Sachin Emrit and Zachary Siwa. I see Siwa is coming in at number 5. And these are the 4 batsmen there they were looking at and targeting to get cheaply, to get themselves a chance of defending 139. 2 gone and 2 to go. This is now opening up to be a very interesting game.
Yes, well, really and truly, I think we have to give all due respect to the opening pair here of Mamchan and Agard, because they are both extremely well in the conditions, and they would have taken note from that first innings where the pair of James and Rahman also bowled very well. So you can see how they are taking these elements in stride and using that movement and that swing and bounce from the pitch. Very intelligent from Agard, Ian, isn't it? Given the fact that he bowled over the wicket for majority, and that time switching around the wicket to the right-hander, getting that ball to come back into him and hitting him plumb. LBW, I really, really love to see this intelligence from these young cricketers.
Now it's Zachary Siwa to face. He did play a very important role at last Friday's win, where he only made 20. But he shared in that 74-run partnership with Ramdu. Now, Ramdu is gone. Joshua Davis is gone. Siwa now is into bat at 8 for 3. He will have a different role today than last week. He'll have to take a more of a leadership role.
Yeah, and the fact is just 4 overs have gone as well. So these fast bowlers still have a lot of energy in them and more deliveries to go. So if they can prize out Siwa here and then also get Emre cheaply within the next 5 to 6 overs before that 10-over break, essentially I think they'll be on top in this game. They are already on top given the comparison to where the Hummingbirds were at this point in time. But my word, let's see what Agard has in store for us here. Short delivery, cut away, second step diving. Didn't reach him in the air, but able to stop it.
He was able to get a single, get off the mark as this would bring Edwards to the crease, to the striker's end. He's on 4. 9 for 3, who would have thought?
Well, certainly it's something here for all of us to take note of, that no matter the score you put on the board, runs on the board are always there to defend.
Yes, and I can recall former West Indian fast bowler said if they make 10, they will bowl out the team for 9.
That one seemed to have moved away as it pitched there, and the keeper not picking it up too cleanly. There come out. But some fiery stuff here from Agard. Recently returned from that West Indies training camp. And, you know, he really has shown his ways for secondary school team, Presentation College San Fernando, as well as opening the bowling for Victoria in the Premier 1. So to have such a young, promising fast bowler opening the bowling at that level. In fact, I believe the weekend where Darren Bravo was out for consecutive ducks, it was Jason Agard who got his wicket. So he certainly has a lot of confidence at this level, taken away from all of those experiences.
Yes, playing with a promoted Victoria, playing in their first season. They had some issues with their grounds in South Trinidad, but of course there's a protest lodge with the TTCB right now with Power Gen. They are claiming that because their game was only played over one day, they were denied an outright victory that would have given them the title because the points they say would have surpassed Queen's Park's. So that's in discussion right now. We are waiting for that. So that's why there has been no winner declared yet for the Premiership 1. Queen's Park on top with 143 points, and Power Gen, they have 128. So they are of the view that they can overtake Queen's Park if they had got that victory.
Finishing up that over with another dot ball there. So again, brilliant over from Jason Agard. 2 for 2 after his 3 overs. And the Masqueraders 9 for the loss of 3 wickets in the first 5 overs gone. Required run rate still not anything menacing at 2.91. However, given the stage of the innings thus far, the run rate of 2 runs over seems difficult to get. It would have been 10 at this point in time.
And very importantly, they have lost 3 wickets, so they have to try to stay together. Siwa and Edwards, they will need to stick together at least until about 20 overs and try to get to stabilize the innings that got a rocky start. The opening bowlers, Mamchan and Agard, really setting back this innings. He's getting ready for his 3rd over. 2 overs gone, 1 for 5.
And we saw what Mamchan did with his first delivery to Kadaram, the left-hander. So interesting to see what he does to this another left-hander in Zachary Siwa. Again, familiar teammates from the national level. I'm sure he has a plan in store as he runs in here. That one hits him on the pads. Oh, it's a close appeal. Everyone seemed to be converging in celebration, but umpire not moved by that one.
A good delivery, but it will be very difficult for the right-handed bowler to get the left-handed batsman over the wicket. But let's see, it was pitched. Very difficult to see from this camera angle. But according to the umpire, it could have pitched outside the leg stump.
A very fine margin there when you're bowling over the wicket to a left-hander to try and get that ball pitching on leg and elsewhere.
You have to get a lot of movement. You have to get the movement to go your way in order to get that, because you have to look at the pitch where the ball pitches, the impact as well, where the ball was hit, and the projection if it was going on to hit the stumps. And these umpires have to make those decisions immediately out there, while we have the luxury of the replay. They have to take into consideration those things, and still they have to look and see if the bowler is overstepping. A short ball, and it's that bouncer came out of nowhere. He was bowling a specific line and length all the time, and it could have easily gloved it. He could have easily gloved it through to the wicketkeeper.
I could see your excitement there from the moment the ball pitched, Ian. What a short ball does to a fast bowler.
Yes, that was a nice delivery. That was a nice delivery. On target. The batsman, Siwa, is showing his intention too. Not looking to duck, but looking to pull it over mid-wicket. But it's a good piece of cricket.
Played into the offside again for no run.
And Mamichan bowling to Siwa. Now Siwa would have scored 70 odd in Fatima's win over Naparima. That's a game we did down at Lewis Street. So he would be looking to bring that innings here.
And that was truly a match-winning innings as well, because we recall that game coming on to the latter overs. There was a bit of debate in terms of a short period of rain that fell. You know, they had to go back out with a reduced target, and it was really exciting coming on to the last over. That one hit him again on the pads, just a bit too high.
But he's causing some discomfort here for Siwa.
Jeez, love that, Lee, love that.
I think this is another deliberate strategy here, because he has angled those balls over the wicket from leg side into Siwa. Siwa looking to pull and looking to play confidently at each point in time, but not making connection. So it could very well be that one of Siwa's weaknesses is playing on that leg side, and Mancham is trying to exploit that weakness, because he does have more protection for Siwa on the leg side than he did in the previous over. Just one field on the leg side previously to the right-handed batsman, and now at least three on the leg side here. That one is fuller and angled to the off stump. That's driven to mid-off with no run. And finishes another maiden over. So 1 for 5 after 3 overs for Namchan. And they are 9 for 3 after 6.
So they're really defending with all their might at this relatively small target. I love how they are approaching this. Yes, they only scored 139, but they don't want to get deterred, and they are using that 139. If it is that Masqueraders have to win this game, they have to really work hard for that 140 runs, and this is what you want to see from any team that's defending. Even if you score 100, you still have to make the team that is chasing work hard and not give them any easy runs, or just don't give them an easy victory.
Guard runs in again. That one taking the inside edge of the bat. Runs to that field at the short mid-on position for no run. But again, a close call there for Edwards. Not middling anything. He got again angling that delivery into the body of the batsman Edwards. So after 2 deliveries angling in, I'm sure he'd probably like to take one away, unless he's trying to repeat that dismissal of Davis.
Edwards has been there for quite a while now. He came in at number 3. Came in at the fall of Ramdu.
It's a lovely Yorker line delivery there. Just digging it out at the last moment was Edwards.
Excellent length. Very good delivery.
It's one of those deliveries where you miss and I hit. That's the ultimatum. Bit of an expansive shot there as he tried to pull that one to the leg side. An excellent stop down by fine leg by Liam Mamchan. Getting across in time to prevent that ball crossing the boundary and saving his side 2 runs.
Very good, but when you look at the shot that was played, it could have easily been played on. Look at how close it was, that inside edge.
Yeah, I really wasn't too convinced by that shot, to be honest. That ball pitching around off stump and essentially a cross bat shot was played there. As you see that good diving stop and the ball just settling before the rope.
Very good effort, especially when he's in his spell. This one looks like it would run away to the boundary for 4. So Agard just conceding the 6 runs from the last two balls. The educated edge, as people like to say, and now the batsman just angling this down to the 3rd man boundary for 4. So Edwards moves on to 10. One more delivery in this over. And Jason Agard just bowling his most expensive over so far. Just the 6 runs in this over so far. Played back down to him this time. That would end of the, that's no ball actually. So he has to bowl over that one.
That one looked really close here, and I must say.
But to me, I thought I heard 2 sounds. Maybe it was an inside edge.
Could very well be, given that the umpire was unfazed and just walked across. Lovely delivery there from Agard. Very difficult for us to see. And the umpire just casually walking away.
So that was the end of the over, the end of the 7th over, 16 for 3. Zachary Siwa on 1, Wayne Edwards on 10. Bamchan is coming back for his 4th over, 1 for 5. And Agard had completed his 3rd over, his 4th over, 1-2 for 9. This one is driven. You will get one. It was able to penetrate the cover region for 1.
He seemed content with 1 there from the time he had the ball. Didn't really push hard for the first one. Brings back Wayne Edwards Jr. on strike. Has 10 out of the 17 runs so far. So the captain here just looking to make a minor adjustment in the field, taking out that 2nd slip and putting him in a short fine leg position. So it could be a ploy for another short ball here, Ian.
It's looking like that. But this one is pitched up, driven to short extra cover. They will get no run.
More likely the double bluff there. Putting that fielder for the tentative short ball and then firing it into the block hole.
Yeah, that's a good ploy. You give the batsman the idea that you're going to bowl a particular delivery, then you come and bowl the exact opposite. So you can, in a case like that, the batsman will be preparing for that short ball. So initial movement will be to go on the back foot, and if you bowl it, the batsman already put in his body weight on the back foot, he will have some problems in getting down. The short ball did come actually.
Yes, short ball was there. Swing and a miss from Wayne Edwards. Bit of a stifle appeal. Keeper raising his hand. Didn't really seem to pass too close to the bat. Chan runs in again. That's the short ball there, and it's hooked in the leg side and will fall safely and run away to the boundary for 4.
So another short ball in this over, but Edwards was up to the task.
Yeah, no real protection on the leg side there. So Edwards would have been fully mindful of that and played the shot with some extra confidence, because it did go aerial. I think if there was maybe a fielder backward square or anywhere thereabouts, he would have second-guessed playing that shot so easily.
Looking to drive, but misses the ball completely straight to the wicket keeper. So Edwards just looking for that expansive shot, but did not make contact. And it's another dot ball. 1 for 10 off, just one ball short of his 4th over. Well, to complete 4 overs.
You can take a look at Siwa just walking right down the pitch towards Edwards and just reminding him to calm himself. There's really no need for that shot at this point in time. You already have a boundary in the over. 5 runs conceded is just to play smart. Was angled into the pass and just tucked away into the leg side. Gets a single and finishes that over. So at the end of 8, Masqueraders are 22 for 3. Picking up some more runs in the last couple of overs.
Yes, I think now with the bowlers operating, you want to, because you still have Ricardo Chase to come in. The question is now, when do you bring him in? You have the 2 opening bowlers doing superb so far. 1 for 11, 1 for 9. The both openers opening.
Also some good spin options as well. We know Matthew Cooper with his left arm orthodox, and the skipper Nikhil Jalam, who is known to be very conservative in his bowling. I in fact recall one of those games, it's against Naparima College, where he bowled 3 or 4 maidens back to back. So they can certainly come in and contain as well as get wickets. Agard continues. That one is driven for 4 runs, angling the face of the bat, using the open gap between second slip and the field out point, and getting another boundary there. So smart batting here from Edwards. As we can see, he held his shot and he played that ball intentionally into that region.
Good shot, using the pace of the ball, just guiding it. So Agard 2 for 13 of his 4 overs and 1 ball.
A note previously, you mentioned the 4 or 5 batsmen that, you know, the Hummingbirds would have to look out for, but I know that Wayne Edwards probably wouldn't have been initially somebody that they would have been too mindful of, given the fact of the prominence of the other players. However, Edwards certainly showing them that he's not to be forgotten. He's certainly capable of scoring runs easily and attacking in this manner.
Oh, he's looking to play that one outside the off stump. Does not make any contact. And happy for him too, as the ball did not make contact. It didn't find the edge, but straight to the wicket keeper.
That is another good delivery. Just checking the shot in the end, Edwards, ensuring that it didn't go uppishly. That one is short and pulled away from Edwards. Looks like he'll run all the way to the boundary as well. A one bounce four, in fact. So well played by Edwards. That one just setting up to be hit as it pitched. And in fact, it was a great shot because that one wasn't really a bad delivery. Pitching on our wrong middle and off. And a bit of extra bounce on it. But Edwards with a sort of swivel as he pulled that ball. Not even extending his arms fully with that shot, but just hit in the middle of the bat as he angled it down to that vacant area there to pick up another boundary in this over. So he's on the attack here, isn't he, Ian?
Yes, and when you look at it, even when he's attacking, when you look at the shots, it's not aggressive shots. It's good shots, just a glancing off the bat, opening the face of the bat, skillful shots you are seeing. Not the kind of bludgeon the shots you are seeing.
That's very true. His boundaries thus far have just been to open the face and use the pace of the ball, trying to hit the middle of the bat and just angle it towards those vacant positions. So that end of that over from Agard after 5 overs. He has 2 for 17. Masqueraders 30 for 3 after 9 overs. He won 2 from 8. Wayne Edwards Jr. going very nicely on 23.
So just 110 runs to get again from 246 deliveries. As far as Hummingbirds are concerned, they would want to get rid of Siwa, get rid of this pair as early as possible, as quickly as possible.
That was a full line delivery, and he plays that into the offside.
That was an uncharacteristically loose delivery from him, actually. Full toss outside the off stump.
Yeah, I think that one seems to have slipped out his hand because as soon as the ball left his hand, you could see him wiping his hand on his pants there. So it could easily be just some sweat or even, in fact, dust, which is a factor here.
Yeah, it could be some dust because dew is out of the question.
Of course.
Moisture is out of the question. It has to be dust.
It's either dust or perspiration, or probably a mixture of the two.
I'm sure that the field, when you look at the color of the grass haven't seen or heard about dew in quite a while.
That one is just angled down to that point region, goes wide of the point fielder, and the batsman would cross the one, come back easily for 2. Bit of a wayward return. So Siwa also looking to follow in the footsteps of Edwards Jr. in terms of taking the attack to the bowlers and not allowing them to take advantage with this new ball.
Round 2. 2 ball.
So two balls in this over, 4 runs, taking their runs in singles, twos, and this is some good batting by the pair, Siwa and Edwards. This is not an innings where you need 6s and 4s. You can get the runs by just doing this. Siwa is very watchful as the ball is played on the offside. I think if I was in if I can get into the mind of Nickel Jarlim, I would look to introduce Ricardo Chase. It's a bit hot outside, so you would want to give your opening bowlers a bit of rest. This is Mamchan's 5th over. The ball is pulled away, and he will get 4 runs and carries Siwa. 4 runs for him. He moves on to 10. Look at the shot again, the replay. Taking that one just on about the off stump. And pulling that all along the carpet for 4.
I must say that's a shot of some confidence, because to take that delivery from on the stumps and play convincingly into the leg side, you know, it shows that he's backing himself here, because me personally, I know I wouldn't play that shot once the ball's on the stumps. I'm looking to either play with the full face of the bat.
Yes, he's in some form. And 8 runs in this over, so this is Mamchan's 5th over. Jason Agard bowled 5 overs, so I would look to introduce Ricardo Chase. Have a double change if you please.
Yeah, a lot of bowling options on offer. I'm sure he'll look to bring in himself as well with that left arm orthodox and try to get some key wickets. That was a full line delivery, and it's driven straight back behind that fielder mid-off and goes for 4. Runs straight into the boundary rope as it's sped along there. So an expansive drive from Siwa, reeling from confidence in that last shot, and this one pitched up and allowing him to just swing easily at that delivery.
And that's some good batting. This is what you want the children to do. You saw the initial movement as the bowler was about to deliver. Just getting into position. So he was in a perfect position to just get that ball back. A beautiful shot. Siwa, as I mentioned, when Siwa came into bat last week, he was playing second fiddle. Let's look at the, you see that back and across. He's doing it again, and he's getting 4 more. No, not getting 4 more, just a save. And very good effort from the fielder who, despite the state of the field, not having green grass, is getting that slide in. Very brave on his part to do the slide on that pitch.
Of course, and here we'll take a look at the 10 consecutive sixes hit by Jason Mohammed in that century he made in the Tobago T10 blast. That's 6 number 2. 6 number 3.
And this was one last evening in his knock of 106 of just 32 balls.
You can see a nice crowd on display in Tobago as well. I'm sure all of them would have been excited. There he's hitting fellow countryman Mark Dale for 6. So it really doesn't matter. You could be from Trinidad or Tobago.
That last one went over the wall.
In fact, number 8. Again off Dale. Showing no mercy. Oh, he certainly took a liking to Mark Dale there. And raises his bat for the 100. And that was the 10-6.
How many balls did he? Ooh, another shot. A good knock. Now back to the live.
Thanks very much to Jason there for that lovely reel. Showing our viewers that they definitely need to tune in to Cricket 360 for all of those games in a Tobago T10 blast.
And just as what we were talking before, it's a good time for a bowling change. We're seeing Ricardo Chase coming in from the northern end. Oh, a nice little guide from Edwards. He will just get 2. So Edwards is on 20, is in the 20s, and he's batting with a bit of confidence.
Yeah, he is showing thus far many of his shots has just been timing and using the face rather than power. Now that said, he does look like he has some power, you know. A strong young man. But playing very smartly at this point. All credit to him.
Ricardo Chase, another one of the presentation San Fernando all-rounders. Did have a very good season with the ball.
Yes, that last match, in fact, when they won the title against the Mid-innings College, he was one of the main destroyers. Certainly they couldn't play, and that one is angled into the pads. Driven a bit uppishly, but thankfully falling before that fielder. I'm just rolling to him on the ground.
So Masqueraders looking to get 140 to win, a 46 for 3. They are less than 100 runs needed from 237 deliveries. This ball is punched back in front of him.
Haven't seen one come off the middle yet.
Oh, that's a really lovely shot there from Edwards. Not showing any mercy at all, is he, Ian? Anything that's too short or too full, it could be on the stumps, it doesn't matter. That one, a bit too full and wide as well, and taking it from off and just slugging it to the leg side for 4.
I think this is the first actual real aggressive shot we have seen from Edwards as well. Taking 6 runs from this over so far. Just one more delivery to go. And that's the 50 up for Masqueraders as well. 50 for 3. And very much better than when they started. And this is another looking to cut this one well fielded by the one man in the cover region. And point actually.
And that brings us to the end of the over from Chase. 6 conceded, and the Masqueraders 50 for 3 after 11. So a significant increase in the scoring rate thus far, given the fact that they were going on around 1 or 2 per over. In fact, I think closer to the 5 over mark. I think they were around 9 for 3. And then now 50 for 3 in the next 6 overs certainly shows that ascendancy.
Yes, a good rebuilding by these and Edwards, so they were able to consolidate and rebuild the innings and repair the early damage. But at the same time, you have seen they increase the run rate as well.
We're going to see a bowling change more than likely with the skipper, Nikhil Jalim, holding the ball in his hand.
So just as I would have asked for a double bowling change, a double change, we are getting the double change. Jalim, the skipper. He will be bowling to Zakari Siwa, who is on 16 from 14 deliveries. I think you could have heard Zakari Siwa asking for Midland leg guard.
Jalam just making sure that his feet is set precisely as he goes with his first delivery here to Siwa. That one is angled into his pads a bit quicker through the air rather than flighted. He then sure not to give Siwa too much opportunities to strike easily. He's a very confident batsman, backs himself with many of his shots. That one played defensively into the offside. That one is flighted and driven uppishly wide of the field at mid-off, so it falls safely. Just get a single there, Siwa. I'm sure we'd see difference in field for the right-hander as compared to the left-hander. Fielder who was at long on for the left-hander now comes up to mid-off for the right-hander. Also that fielder who is at deep mid-wicket now comes into a cover position. So in fact only one fielder outside the circle. 3/4 way to the boundary in mid-wicket. Oh, and that delivery keeps very low there.
Yeah, very low, and Edwards did well to keep it out.
That could have gone easily wrong, but well watched by Edwards. Again, well watched. From even here, you can see every time Edwards faces the ball, his helmet is angled down to where the ball is pitching. So essentially, you can tell he's following the ball until it reaches the bat. I mean, it's one of the basics that we always speak about in cricket, but also very difficult to do. If you watch the ball onto your bat every delivery, it's almost impossible to get out. But that amount of concentration is very, very difficult to maintain each ball in and out.
Yeah, it's a skill in itself. It's a skill in itself, and that's the end of the over from Jalim. Just the one run off that over. 51 for 3. So Ricardo Chase, who conceded 6 runs in his opening over, he will begin his second over from the northern end, and this time he'll be bowling to Siwa, who is on 17 from 17. You can hear the call of wait, wait, wait. Just want to make sure that the ball would have passed the fielder before they looked to get the runs and come back for 2.
That delivery seemed to have beaten everyone there. Batsman as well as the keeper.
Yeah, very good line. Very good delivery again. Very close to the batsman. Cutting across.
Almost deja vu there, in fact, except this time the keeper took it cleanly. But similar line and length, and also similar shot. See, well, I'm not sure what he's trying to do there. I think he's just trying to open the face of the bat and angle in for a single.
Very good delivery from Chase, who scored 20 when they batted. Giving Siwa some difficulty, a difficult time.
Yeah, this partnership building very nicely. Edwards 29 from 42, Siwa 19 from 21. I think at this point in time, Hummingbirds would be very eager for a breakthrough once possible.
The wickets have seemed to dry up. The wickets have seemed to have dried up, Kishav.
Yeah, it really does. Chase would certainly want to follow up that good innings. 20 vital runs, I must say. Without his 20, they would have been bowled out for just around 120, in fact. So, what a difference those totals can make, especially coming from the lower end of the batting lineup.
And it would be less than that because you only took away his 20 runs. But remember, that would have been part of a partnership. So it could have been a lot less than the 120 had he not made that 20. That's drinks at the end of 13 overs, 53 for 3. Masqueraders going at 140 to win. They are 53 for 3. Go for a short break as the players take drinks.
Well, welcome back here to the NCC as we resume after that first water break in the innings of the Masqueraders. Chasing 140 to win, they require just 87 runs from 222 balls. So Captain Nikhil Jalim will be looking to contain the run scoring here and see if he can get a breakthrough for his team, as the pair of Wayne Edwards Jr. and Zachary Siwa have been going very nicely. Edwards on 29, Siwa on 19, and the required run rate at this point in time certainly not phasing the batsman. So it's just about building these partnerships and continuing to bat smartly as they seek to bring their team home.
So Jalim is willing his second over. Edwards on 29 from 44, good rate. Good healthy run rate, and Siwa 19 from 23. Very brave attempt. Very brave effort to restrict this Masqueraders team. This is driven, it beats the, and it will go to the boundary for 4. So Edwards moves into the 30s, brilliantly driven shot through the extra cover, and goes to 57 for 3. He's into 33. Edwards continuing to up the tempo. Not one of the 4 players identified by Hummingbirds to get cheaply, but certainly he's doing quite well.
I think he probably heard those comments and decided to prove everyone wrong here, because he has certainly showed his ability, and you know, he's no miser with the bat, playing very confident strokes, full face of the bat, angling the ball, also showing his strength in a couple of the slugging shots that he played as well. So a mixture of being attacking and also mindful in his approach.
And it's good that a player could step up when you see some of the other players who you would expect to get runs not getting off, and it's very good that he could step up, because it was already 5 for 3, I think, when Joshua Davis and Kyle Ramdu was already back in the pavilion, as well as Isaiah Fernandez, and so far they have had a 50 odd run partnership, doing quite well. And not only, as I mentioned before, rebuilding the innings, but keeping the run rate going. And we see Ricardo Chase is getting ready to bowl his 3rd over. None for 8 of his first 2.
That one just angled by C went to the offside. No run on offer at that point in time. And take nothing away from Siwa as well, 19 from just 24. Initially he started playing the role subservient to Edwards in terms of, you know, allowing him majority of the strike. And then anytime he got the opportunity, he looked to score runs as well, as we see a quick single taken there. Good running by the batsman, seeing the opportunity on offer, and just acknowledging his teammate for responding to his call.
Yes, a good acknowledgement here, because his teammate Edwards, his back was to the ball, so he had to trust Siwa, who was facing the delivery as he drove it past the bowler. Short ball outside you off stump. It was on offer. Edwards offered something, but they went straight to the wicketkeeper. The ball harmless.
We see Chase running in again. That one just angling into the body of Edwards. Flicks it into the leg side, but no run. So he's keeping it tight here as Chase, not giving away anything on offer after the first offer was a bit wayward from him. But at the same time, not really troubling the batsman too much either. So that's something they'd probably look to just improve on, you know, not allowing the batsman to settle in easily and just go about their business scoring the runs. Need something to just change the dynamic of the game here. It's a beautiful shot from Edwards, just rocks back on the back foot and punches that into the offside. Speed's very close to the boundary, but good work there by young Jason Agard. Sprints down, collects it and returns. Batsman went through for 3 runs.
And good running in this game. You're seeing some threes running in this game so far. That's a good effort. The field is not a small field by any means, but they're really making use of every inch of this field. Jason Egard looking.
He's holding his wrist there. Let's hope it's nothing wrong.
And, we see the fielders making a very brave effort on this greenless field, diving and sliding. You have to be very careful.
Of course, it's certainly commendable to give your 100% effort, and at the same point in time, you don't want to injure yourself because there's a lot of cricket to be played, especially with the potential trials coming up for the national selection and all of these different games that these youngsters have to play. So we see Agard just jogging off the field, probably to just check on that wrist, ensure it's nothing too serious and that he gets a bit of treatment.
So getting ready to replace him is Alex Gopal coming in to field 4. Jason Agard. You see Alex Gopal with the number 77 on his back. Edwards, in the meantime, gets ready to face. He's 36 from 51. Siwa is 20 from 26. Jalem, 2 overs done for 5. Will start his 3rd over.
Vai slow, vai.
Again, Jalem just keeping it tight. Edwards defending it rather easily. I think what he should probably try a little bit different here, Jalem, is to just flight the ball and see if he can vary the pace a bit. At this point, just darting it into the batsman, so bowling tight in terms of not allowing runs to be scored easily. But to just see if he can get a wicket-taking delivery, that one flighted a bit more, and you already see the difference in the approach from the batsman.
Yes, he hasn't been varying his deliveries much. Not much variation.
That one is flighted and driven expansively into the offside, picked up by the fielder Cooper at mid-off. So tight over, just 1 run scored off it. None for 6 after 3. And the Masqueraders going nicely along, 62 for 3 after 16 overs.
Yes, they are not in a hurry. They don't need to be in a hurry. In fact, they can just cruise to this very small target. I think the worst have passed when they were 3 wickets down, less than 10 runs. So the worst have passed, I think. They would just need to just bat on, careful, bat carefully, and just go and get the runs.
There we see a shot of the supporters in the stands, noting the parents in the rafters there by the lovely blue cooler. You see the father of Jason Negard as well as Nika Jalim and Rampasad, and then we have the patrons under the tent in the shade as well, just enjoying today's proceedings.
You know, for me, the first thing that would have caught my eyes was a cooler.
Of course, of course. I know you wouldn't have seen who was behind the cooler, but just the fact that it was present. It's a hot day outside here, so really good to see some shade on offer for the supporters. And I must commend all of the parents involved in this cricket. You know, it's really a Herculean effort for the parents to ensure that their kids have the balance of their sporting abilities as well as the academic requirements. And as we said before, it's a lot of cricket being played, almost 3 or 4 days constantly. And, you know, with players having to miss classes in school and make up for it and still be able to complete their exams and go forward. You know, just want to commend all the parents out there for the efforts that they have been putting in with these kids day in and day out. So we see a change in the bowling there. Christian Rampasad coming into the attack. Starting off with a delivery. It's a wide.
So let's see if they can, if the spinners for the Hummingbirds can extract the kind of turn that O'Brien and company were getting for the Masqueraders.
Yeah, O'Brien really got the most purchase thus far with his leg spin. See a bit of turn on offer there, but a nice looking cut shot. Just for a single. So went to the fielder down at a wideish cover position. Very unique field place in there. As we know, Jason Negard came back onto the field after just 1 over, so it's good to see that nothing serious is affecting him and he is able to return to play. It's a nice flighty delivery there. Bit of turn, just carrying it towards the leg stump and allowing the batsman to flick it for a single. You also have the option of Matthew Cooper bowling left arm orthodox. Similar bowling to Nickel Jalim, but a bit different in style. Cooper, we know, flights the ball a bit more. Jalim bowls a bit more wicket to wicket and has that ball angled in to the body of the batsman. Good flight on offer there from Rampasad, but misfields it. Just past him for a single. Again, that one short and going towards the leg side. Edwards just helping it on its way to the boundary in that backward square position. Not putting too much of pace on the ball and using much effort in terms of hitting it too hard, but allowing the angle of the ball going down leg already and just escorting it to the boundary. Let's take a look at that shot again. We've seen him play it a couple times as Edwards. Not a full-fledged pull, but essentially just using the bat and trying to get it to the middle while angling it down to that leg side area. So picks up another welcome boundary there, does Edwards.
Wayne Edwards Jr. would now be going on to his 40s.
Yes, that boundary would ideally carry him to 42, I believe, of 58 deliveries. Rampasad just wants to maintain a better line here. Thus far bowling too much into the body. And we see a repeat of that shot, but this time going straight to the fielder just for a single. But again, that ball bowling off spin, starting around off stump or middle. Chances that it will angle down to the leg side. So you really need to start it outside of off and allow the ball to turn into the batsman, but not giving him the ability to play it comfortably off the legs. flighted nicely. Siwa just coming forward and respecting it. And brings that over to an end. 10 runs conceded off it, so a bit expensive in his first over there, Rampasad. Masqueraders would push on. 72 for 3 after 17 overs, requiring just 68 runs from 199 deliveries.
See the two batsmen just completing a conversation. Siwa was on 23. Edwards has been there for quite a while. He's 43. The run rate up to now, the partnership up to its 60s. Required run rate 2.03. So even that is continuing to go down.
On a shot outside the off someone. Cut away for 4 runs. Lovely shot there again by Edwards Jr. Too short and wide from Jalim. Edwards giving it the proper treatment. Very classy cut shot in that one. He just cleared the front foot. Didn't even step back at the cross. Just pulled that left front foot out of the way and cut it sweetly to the boundary. I'm surprised, in fact, that Jalim doesn't have a fielder on the boundary in that area, given that he bowls predominantly on the offside. Antoine's again angled into the body of Edwards. We know that he has a fielder at deep mid-wicket. However, he doesn't really bowl much deliveries to allow the batsman to pull him to that side. So I think he'd want to strengthen the offside more than the leg. That's one Edwards comes forward to. Just plays it defensively. So he's poised very nicely here on 47. That one is left alone by Edwards. No need to really play at deliveries that he doesn't want to at this point. Scoring freely as he would like. Repeat forward defensive there. 2 shots in a row. Just coming forward nicely and shielding it into the offside. So 5 dot balls after that initial boundary and over from Jalim.
And because of this match situation, there's no problem. You still need 64 runs to get from 32 overs, sorry. So there's no sense of urgency or panic from this team. You can go at 2 runs per over from now and take your time and make the runs.
Yeah, very true. There's no real need here to take more impetus in terms of playing any sort of unnecessary shots. Wait for the bad balls, get singles while you can. Those runs will come quicker than you think.
We'll see what we'll face. He's on 22. As Cooper is coming for his first ball.
So just the 1 over for Ambassador from that end. 10 runs conceded, so probably looking to make a change here as they bring on Cooper with the left arm orthodox. See, that one is cut away by Siwa, straight to the fielder for no run. Cooper hailing from that legacy of the Cooper family. All of his older brothers would have played cricket for Trinidad and Tobago at some point, whether it be the junior level or senior level. Note his brother Cephas Cooper scoring a lot of runs this season for Power Gen in the Premier Division, as well as his older brother Adrian Cooper. That one is short and pulled away from Siwa. Runs all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. So Captain Jalim there just turning away in disgust, as that one was really and truly a long hop And can't bowl that at this stage to see what far less for any batsman, because it's just giving it on offer to be hit. At this point in time, Ian, 4 runs, a boundary per over is really more than they need. But if they can't get as much as they can to finish it quickly, they would.
Yes, of course, and they can do it in the next few overs.
Flighted outside the off stump by Cooper and driven by Siwa. So he's also moving around nicely here, 26 round 34. Edwards on 47 from 65, eyeing that 50, I'm sure, once he resumes the strike. That one left alone by Siwa because it's a wide delivery, in fact. Don't normally see wide deliveries being bowled by Cooper. Usually very consistent. It's a better delivery, a bit too full to be honest, but still better line. So that's driven straight down. It's a long off for a single. There's one more delivery to complete this over. Edwards Jr. would face his first ball from Cooper. And that one is short and wide outside the off stump. And Edwards playing that one bit uppishly for his liking, but he'd still get away with 2 runs, knowing that the fielders were inside the circle. I think if he left that one, it probably would have been signaled a wide, but just checking the shot at the last minute. It went aerially over the infield, so completes that over from Cooper. 8 runs conceded off it. And the Masqueraders 84 for 3 after 19.
Yes, and they need a wicket. They definitely need a wicket. After the first part of the innings were very promising. We're taking 3 wickets inside 10 overs, 10 runs actually. The wickets have certainly dried up well as Sakari, Siwa, and Wayne Edwards Jr. would have been able to consolidate and rebuild the innings. Edwards on 49, just one more for his 50, as well as Siwa, who's on 27.
Jalem continues here, going into his 5th over. 4 overs, none for 10 so far. Very economical, but sure he'd want to get one in that wicket column. That one is a bit pulled down and played into the leg side by Siwa. Misfield there allows them to come through for a single. So it seems as if the initial pressure put on by the Hummingbirds is being easily chipped away at by the Masqueraders. After 9 for 3 to 85 for 3. Really has been a formidable partnership by these two. They batted really smartly and reasonably in the circumstances. Edwards on 49 here. Defends that one into the offside for no run.
Showing the full face of the bat.
That one is driven by Edwards and he pushes through for a single. And that marks his half century here.
So Siwa and Edwards 85 for 3. Already gone. Joshua Davis, Isaiah Fernandez, and Kyle Ramdu. We're in the 20th over. Edwards on 50, Siwa on 28. to push that on the onside. They will think about a one. They would think correctly. Siwa looking, see if he can get to 50. He needs 22 more runs. And Masqueraders need 54 more runs, so you could think that he can get just 22 of those 54 to get to his 50 after having watched Edwards got his 50, who's still there. So Zakari Siwa just gonna have a drink of water. So Jalem completing 5 overs, none for 13 in his spell. The required run rate is now 1.77. Siwa. And this is Kaleem Mohammed bowling from the northern end for the first time. Who's also taken a few wickets this season. And Siwa, who's on 29, is facing Kaleem Mohammed. And he forces that down the ground for one.
Edwards facing strike here on 49. Just one away from 50. Had to confirm that. That's a wide delivery there from Kaleem Mohammed. That's the one. He looks for a quick single there, but sent back by Siwa. I'm sure he's eager to reach to that half-century mark as Edwards. Wouldn't want to give it away at this point. Played really well to reach to the stage, so no rush in terms of having to push for that single there.
So Edwards on 49.
And we're going to see a very interesting tactic here from Kaleem Mohammed. He's going to go through and around. Through and over, sorry. To the right-handed Edwards, and he hits that one expansively into the offside. It looks like he'll run close to the boundary, gets one, comes back for two. And that's his 50 there, Edwards. Raises his bat to the applause and cheers of all of those in the pavilion. And certainly well played by this young man.
Yes, a very good knock so far. He came in when he was 3 for 2. And he's still there at 91 for 3.
Yeah, he really came in at a crucial time for his team and played a pivotal knock in rebuilding the innings. That one is short again and pulled into the offside, and the fielder running forward, diving for the catch. and dropping it. Just holding his hand there. I hope there's nothing wrong with it.
Well, let's look at it again, because he certainly did not get up to run for the ball.
Came forward, the ball went through his hands, and we just seen the umpire check it on him here. In fact, that's the substitute fielder in Dennis Choi. So good to see that he's back up and not injured severely, but I'm sure they'll be ruined that missed opportunity. Not a good delivery by any means, short and wide outside the off stump. Not a good shot either. And then a drop catch. So at some points, you know, and we have good cricket all around, but that unfortunately wasn't the best cricket all around.
6 runs in this. In the last over, Kaleem Mohammed bowling his second over, ball edging along the ground.
That's the end of his over there. So 93 for 3 after 21 overs. 47 required from 174. Edwards getting to his 50 in that over. 53 from 72. Siwa going nicely on 30 from 41. And with 47 required, I'm sure he'd also be looking to get a 50 as well and bring his team over the line. So the required run rate at this point in time, just 1.62. And no real threat to the batsman out there. Pitch seems to have dried up nicely. Some turn on offer for the spinners, but they need to pitch it in the right areas, because thus far we have seen them deliveries where there has been a lot of turn. The ball has in fact been a bit too short. So allowing the batsman to just swivel and pull it to the leg side easily. But no need to think about those previous deliveries. Just have to focus here on the deliveries to come. Hummingbirds would certainly want to pull on all of the experience from the campaigners in their lineup and try to get a very important breakthrough here. One wicket can bring 2 and 3 and 4. So anything can happen still if they can happen the prize out of wicket here sooner rather than later.
Looking to flick that on the leg side was Siwa. Not getting in past mid-wicket along the ground. He's on 30 from just 42 deliveries. Edwards on 53 from 72. Jalem 5 overs, none for 12 at the start of this over, his 6th. Getting an inside edge onto the pads, very thick, and they will not even ask a question. So the required runs are less than 48. There are 46 runs from 171 deliveries. And driven back comfortably. Rather playing this one late, looking to get a cut.
That one And again angled into the body and defended by Edwards. So another over from Jalen comes to an end. None for 13 after 6, continuing in that economical vein. But at the same point in time, nothing in terms of wickets. So really and truly, something has to change here for the Hummingbirds in their approach if they are to get a breakthrough. Just going through the motions at this point, Ian.
Yes, and there is no one to make that take the ball and say, let me make something happen. It has been about 90 runs ago that those 3 wickets had fallen, or the 3rd wicket had fallen. So this is a very good partnership between Siwa and Edwards.
That one is flighted and driven nicely by Siwa into the boundary for 6 runs. What a shot there from Zachary Siwa. Khalil Mohammed just put in a bit of flight on that delivery, but pitching it too full. And Siwa taking full advantage there, playing a very exquisite drive wide of the long off fielder. And that went in to the trees there over the Scotiabank sign for a lovely 6. I think the fielders are just trying to look for the ball underneath the tree there. Seem to have retrieved it at this point in time. But a really lovely shot there from Siwa. It's one of the more difficult shots to play. That shot just between that gap. Usually we see batsmen playing it more comfortably on the leg side where there's a cow corner region between long on and mid wicket. This time he played that between the fielder who's at a wideish extra cover as well as the fielder who's at a wide long off. So they certainly know this batsman because they set the field for him wider than the initial positions. However, he still found the one gap that existed between those 2 fielders. That one he's just playing safely back to the bowler. 6 runs already conceded in the over. That one again played into the gap there, and Siwa gets 1, comes back for the 2nd. So really smart batting from him alongside Wayne Edwards Jr. Must say this partnership has certainly shown the other team how to bat in pairs. Because they came from a position of immense weakness, having lost 3 wickets within the first couple of overs. And then now to steady themselves to reach to this position of comfort here. Just 38 runs required. Don't really see any significant collapse at this point, Ian.
Yes, there's no risks to be made. 38 runs from 163 balls. Siwa is 39, so he too can get his 50 without any alarms.
And that's the end of that over there from Khalil Mohammed. 8 runs conceded off it. None for 14 after 2, bit expensive. And not really, again, troubling the batsman. Just some casual off spin on offer for them to play nicely. I think at this point, both batsmen are really well set. And they'll be seeing the ball very big. So anything that is an ordinary delivery would be easier for them to play and facilitate the run scoring. Really need something dynamic here, or just a lapse in concentration. Hummingbirds have to hope for Masqueraders batsmen to just give them a chance. You know, maybe play a loose shot or a rash shot at any point in time, as that one is driven by Edwards, but a lovely shot again, finding the gap as that ball speeds along to the boundary for 4 runs. Really and truly a classy shot there from Edwards.
Yes, Edwards really in a different gear here. Look at that shot. Look at the way the bat would have ended.
And despite the strong outside field, he still got it between those fielders into the gap.
Very good shot because where the bat was, the follow through of the bat was at a position, a very nice position, as Edwards goes on to 57. Siwa on 39. 106 for 3. This one is driven but not getting past the cover region. Masqueraders are cruising to this target of 140. They are 107 for 3 in the 23rd over. Need 33 from 159 balls. We wouldn't bet against them to completing the victory. Jalim in his 7th over, 6.5 overs gone, none for 18. And Siwa is watching this wide as it's signaled by the umpire. Just coming forward. And for those who would be interested in the English Premier League matches being played today, Manchester United and Brentford are still goalless. This ball is driven for 1 by Siwa. Siwa will move on to his 40s. He's on 40. Manchester United goalless with Brentford. And West Ham United and Newcastle United are still goalless, and those matches have just started after 5 minutes. And the Spanish football and the Copa del Rey, every time Real Madrid and Barcelona play, that's a big game, and that game also started just about 6 minutes ago in the Copa del Rey semi-finals. That game is also goalless. Just some of the scores being played in the English Premier League and in Europe.
And that concludes another over there from Jalim. 7 completed from him, none for 20. 109 for 3 after 24 overs are the Masqueraders. That required run rate just down to around 1 and over, 1.2 essentially. 31 runs required from 156 balls. And we'd see a change in the bowling from that bowling end, where Ricardo Chase is going to take up the attack and replace Kaleem Mohammed.
And that's a good move. A very good move. Chase only bowled 3 overs, wicketless for 12 runs. And if I were to kill Jalim, I would even approach either Igad or Mamchan. Need to make something happen.
Chase runs in here, the Siwa, for a line delivery and driven comfortably down to long off for a single. At this point, I believe they can easily just milk the fast bowlers as well, seeing that they may not be much on offer with the ball being slightly older at this point in time, also having been hit to several parts of the ground.
So Edwards, who's on 58, will face Chase. Edwards playing a very good hand here. Siwa, very good partnership. Partnership cross 100 already. A nice effort. He gets it past the fielder and he will come back for 2. Got past the dive. The wicketkeeper doesn't take cleanly and they would get one more. Taking one for the overthrow. Edwards and Siwa being quite alert. Wicketkeeper didn't collect cleanly, was put under some pressure by the throw. And Edwards and Siwa steal another run. So Edwards moves on to 61.
Just shows that pressure, you know, the fielders initially were very tight and compact and giving away a couple runs in the field over the last few overs. So all tells in terms of the morale and the drive of these players to keep going, even though it seems as if the match is all but lost at this point. Just 27 runs required, 152 balls, 7 wickets in hand. Still with some batsmen in the hut as well. Sachin Emrit to come, Niall Mingo. No! Siwa opens the face on that one, plays it to the fielder at wideish point for no run. As we take note of the fact that right now all of these players are on the Easter break. And when we resume after the Easter break, the secondary schools intercol T20 format would also resume.
Yes.
Many of these players would be on show in that, Ian.
Yes, but of course we have the presentation. Well, all the Premiership 1 teams are on to the next round, into the quarterfinals. It's a knockout competition, and there are sprinkling of the Division 2 teams. Can't recall exactly which one.
Looks like Jalam is going to continue again. One 14 for 3 after 25 at this halfway stage. We see some good collaboration from both teams there. Batsman just taking off his thigh guard and the bowler carrying it to the boundary for the reserve fielder. So lots of unity on display, even though they are battling out on the field. Jalam continues here. That one is into the pads of Siwa and flicked away for a comfortable single. Runs coming very easily at this point, Ian.
Yeah, very easily, and these two batsmen have been very good. They weathered the storm, the early storm from Jason Agard and Liam Mamchan. They've been there for quite a while. Very good knock.
I see some chipping down the track there and a beautiful drive from Edwards. My word, what a shot. Initially, he just waited on a delivery from Jalim, and this time taking the initiative to chip forward, greeting it at a low full toss, and piercing the gap for 4 runs as that ball sped along, all along the ground there. So Edwards certainly looking in the mood to finish this quickly now that he's past his 50.
Yes, a very good shot because by chipping along the wicket, the ball itself wasn't a bad ball, but in chipping along the wicket, he changed it and made it a full toss. And that was very good by Edwards in that regard. He now moves on to 65, and Siwa is on 43. Need 21 runs from 48 balls to win.
Again using his feet here, this time just defending it into the leg side, but that's twice he has used his feet in this over, and he has never used it before in the entire spell of Jalim. You know, previously he waited on the deliveries, played everything just under the eyes of his bat, and whatever was in his reach. However, at this point in time, using his feet lovely and just driving that ball through the open gap. I really admired his ability to find the gaps as well, because it's a really strong offside field. So to find those gaps, this one is played straight back behind the bowler, and Cooper cannot get there. Maybe a dive would have been needed for him to reach that one, but it falls safely and he jogs back for 2. So not holding back at this point is Edwards.
Now, I'm not sure if he will allow Siwa to get his 7 runs to make his 50, because it seems to be wanting to get on with it. Because that was just 19 needed.
And the thing is, Siwa would be taking note of that. So being an aggressive batsman himself when needed, he's not going to wait around either. Sure, once he gets that chance, he'll look to score aggressively and get those 7 runs in the fastest manner possible.
So an early finish, well, most likely it will be an early finish today. Just 19 runs needed from 145 balls, a low-scoring match. Masqueraders only chasing 140 after Hummingbirds set them that after being bowled out for 139 in 43.4 overs. Riyad Mohammed top scored with 41 and Ricardo Chases made 20. Some good bowling figures. Abdullah Cambridge 3 for 32, Joshua Davis 2 for 33, Zakari Siwa himself, he's here 2 for 20, and Abdullah Juman 2 for 9.
I think Siwa will be putting up his hand here for man of the match contender with an excellent all-round performance. We also noted the catch he took as well. You know, someone who is never out of the game entirely.
2 catches because one was off his own bowling as well.
In fact, yes. So one was a quarter bowl and the other one was off the bowling of one of his teammates. So at this point in time, he's just having a chat there with Edwards. Probably just reminded him, hey, I have 7 runs to go. Just give me a chance as well. You know, I would like to reach that milestone of 50 runs and come on not out with you.
But he's in some good form, you would have to admit, this season. Having a good season, one of the more consistent players, hailing from Fatima College.
I must note as well, Siwa did in fact play for one of the Lawyers Cricket Association team in the last Brian Davis tournament, and he was a standout in that as well. Kyle Ramdu playing for the other Lawyers team. There were in fact 2 teams in that tournament, so you know they have played cricket all over in all the formats.
Chase is in his 5th over, 4 overs, 1 ball, none for 17.
That's a lovely shot from Siwa, opening the face of the bat and playing it uppishly into the offside as it runs to the boundary for 4 runs. So given some width there from Chase, and that ball being full in length as well, just allowing him to free his hands and slash at that one. Expansive drive as it went up in the air over the field at point and runs all the way along to the boundary for 4 runs. Moves on to 47 there, Siwa, from 59 deliveries. So approaching that 50 mark sooner rather than later. I'm sure he wouldn't want to give strike to Edwards until he gets that 50. Seeing how Edwards is also playing recently as well. Everything seems to be going towards the boundary or intended in that direction.
And just an update in the scores that we've been giving you Newcastle that scored twice between that time and this time. Callum Wilson and Joel Linton scoring the goals. Callum Wilson in the 60th minute, so just about when I was given that update, he would have scored. And Joel Linton in the 13th minute against West Ham United, and of course still goalless between Manchester United and Brentford. So I'm sure Jason Prasad is. Well, you too, Kishav, would be happy to know that Man U are still, I mean, in the battle against Brentford, but you would expect Man U to beat Brentford.
At this point in time, Ian, I don't have much expectations. You know, football is such an interesting game. Anything can happen, similar to cricket, you know, on the field of play. One day a team is up, next day they're down, they're losing. One day you beat Barcelona, next day you lose 7-0 to Liverpool. Anything can happen in this sport. So, you know, sport is really an interesting thing with many variables in place, as that one is driven down to long on for a quick single by Siwa. Moves on to 48. I also like to say belated congratulations to you, Ian, on your team winning the World Cup after some 30-odd years, I believe. You know, relying on divine intervention.
36 years to be exact.
Yes, in fact, as we saw throughout that tournament, lots of decisions were, you know, certainly touched by the hand of God.
I don't understand why you are saying that, because
That's pulled along the boundary for 4 runs there.
and that's Edwards' 4 runs. But I can't understand why you all are making that claim. The rules clearly state if you commit a foul in the box, that's a penalty. So I don't understand why you all are saying that. Do not foul the Argentinians in the box, and do not handle the ball in the box, and you will be good. I can't understand that.
Yes, of course. No, I'm just simply commenting on how blessed that journey was from Argentina to reach that stage. You know, it
I am
seemed like
not saying that it was blessed,
everything
Kishav.
that Messi did was certainly
No,
divine.
No, because Messi is a divine player. Let's get to that.
Of course, I mean, there's no question.
Don't try to forget what he've done against the Croatians. That beautiful assist when he played that round, when he ran that defender all over the place, and then certainly pass across to Julian Alvarez. Don't forget that. And so there are a lot of Messi was really instrumental in that. But a lot of what I would have told people too, Argentina won that World Cup because of the defense and the goalkeeping. Because this was the first time in a very long time they had a strong defense and a proper goalkeeper.
And as we say, strong defense, we just see Siwa not playing that one as best as he had previously. I think if he came forward there with a forward defensive shot, he would have been in a better stride. But just stepping back on a cross and that ball turning into him.
And
See him doing a bit of gardening on the pitch.
And I want to note one thing on that football before you go to.
Of course.
After this delivery, Siwa, who wants to, good ball, but it misses everything. I'm not sure if he misses everything, if he got an inside edge. Let's see. But the ball will go close to the boundary, and the umpire would signal the buys.
2 buys signal.
So 8 runs from 136 balls. Well, 8 runs to win. Siwa just needs 2 of them.
And we've already seen in this change of hands from Cooper how much turn he's getting on offer. So I'm not too sure if it is that, you know, again, different styles of bowling from the same type of bowler. Both he and Jalim being left arm orthodox, but Jalim not getting as much turn as we are seeing Cooper. Again with that one, keeping low and turning into the pads of Siwa. Jalim would have just, you know, bowled more stump to stump and kept the batsman at bay. Cooper just getting a bit of turn here. But expensive in his first over. That one is pulled down. And Siwa drives that straight along the ground, down to the long on fielder. Pushes hard for one and comes back for the second there. And that's another half century for Zachary Siwa. Well played by the young man. Really and truly an excellent innings here. And proving his all-round abilities to everyone who's looking on. This young man is certainly a talent for the future with bat, ball, and in the field as well. Taking 2 wickets for 20 in the bowling innings. Taking 2 vital catches, one off his own bowling and one off another colleague, as well as making a half century here of just 66 deliveries, and it's still not out. I'm sure he'd want to finish this game not out and just essentially put the cherry on top.
Yes, a good knock from him, seeing when, given the partnership and when they came together, they were really in a precarious position. And himself and Edwards, who is now on 71, guiding this team, and just 6 runs away for an unbeaten, unbroken partnership, over 100 stand together, unbroken, and really they have done quite well in securing a victory. Well, just 6 runs away for Masqueraders.
And we're going to see another bowling change at that end with, looks like Jason Agard just retaking his run up.
Not sure what Agard could do at this stage.
I think if he had to bring him back, could have probably tried him a bit earlier. Maybe instead of bringing back Chase, because Chase bowled well, but it wasn't as deceptive in terms of his variations and his line and length. Agard, being a left-handed pacer, has that natural ability to just shape the ball away from the right-hand batsman Edwards. That's a good delivery there. Just push gently into the offside and they pick up a quick single. So certainly they want to finish this quickly here. Could have easily just rested and not push for that single, but by all means, if you're in form and you're feeling confident, take advantage.
Agard, 5 overs, 2 for 17, a brilliant first spell. Yeah, boated his run. Boated his run, and you see in the umpire, the wicket keeping up to the stump for him.
He had to sprint back there, Edwards. It seemed as if he was looking for a quick single. But a clean pickup by Cooper on the point region and just returning it. That one is short and outside the off stump. Seaweather's trying to dab it down to third man and missing out at that point in time. Interesting to see the keeper Komal up to the stumps as well for Agard. Agard by no means is slow, so it definitely speaks volumes about Komal's ability to keep. That one again wide outside the off stump, but just being signaled away by the umpire. We see why just pulling up here. Looks like a bit of cramp. I hope he hasn't pulled anything too severely, but definitely seems to need some assistance.
Yes, not what you would want to see. You don't want to see any player on the ground in pain, in some kind of discomfort. Let's hope he'll be okay.
Also at this point in time, just another football update coming in. Manchester United scoring in that vital match against Brentford in the Premiership. Marcus Rashford again with another goal for the season. Thankfully, we are seeing Siwa back to his feet here. Can probably be an issue of cramp. You know, he has been out there for the entirety of the first innings and majority for the second innings, having come to bat with just under 5 overs being played. Again, these cricketers playing many games back to back, so rest is not as often as they would like. But you know, banking on their youth, essentially, and their fitness levels, which I must admit has to be high for this level of cricket to play competitively and do your best. Just see him doing some stretches here. Hope it's no injury, nothing to do with his ligaments or muscles. Maybe just might be a bit of cramp and some salt. Rest and stretching after the game would help him. 4 runs to get over the line, and you'd want to get back in the pavilion to rest as soon as he can, as Agard runs in again to bowl for delivery of the over. That one is played by Siwa. Just opens the face down to Cooper at that point region. Get a comfortable single. 3 remaining. And 2 deliveries left in the over. 137 for 3 after 28.4. Wayne Edwards Jr. Ideally would probably want to finish it in style here if he can. So within the last couple of overs that he was playing more aggressively than the majority of his innings, where he was watchful, played everything within the V's, waited on the ball. Some excellent cricketing shots as well. Nice drives through the cover region, straight backs. Couple of the slug shots to the leg side, but all played strategically, waited on the bad balls. See a slight change in the field here from Agard. His fine leg going across the third man as he runs in. And that's a wide delivery. No run taken by the batsman. I'm sure if Siwa wasn't feeling a bit of cramp, he would have sprinted down the next side as we saw constantly before. However, just taking it easy. 2 runs again required. And that's one pulled away to the leg side there for 4 runs. And those are the winning runs hit by Wayne Edwards Jr. What a shot to win the game. Bringing it up in style as he played that shot several times before in the innings. Just helping it onto that leg side boundary. And as we see here in the replay, that one taking it from on our wrong middle stump. But anything that has been a bit too short, he has shown his ability to play those shots convincingly, pulling it away to the open area of the field as Edwards finishes on 76 not out, and Siwa with an unbeaten half century as well. The Masqueraders win by 7 wickets here, and a very convincing performance from them, I must say, after losing 3 wickets early to the opening pair of Agard and Mamchan, who bowled really well, to come back with that immense partnership from Wayne Edwards Jr. and Zachary Siwa to bring them home really shows the determination and the strive from these players.
Yes, congratulations for them. They played an all-round game first with the ball. Cambridge, 3 wickets, Davis, Siwa, Abdullah, taking 2 wickets each to restrict Hummingbirds to 139 all out in 43.4 overs, and they really put a stifle on the batting. Riyad Mohammed scored only 41 runs when it looked, I say only 41 because when you think of the amount of balls he would have faced, Ricardo Chase made 20 and they got rid of Kaleem Mohammed cheaply, only for 16, and you know what he's capable of, and they did quite well. And on top of that, now, although they was 5-3 at one stage, with Joshua Davis, Kyle Ramdu, and Isaiah Fernandez all back in the hutch. Then came Wayne Edwards Jr. and Zachary Seawer together on an unbroken stand to win this game. So it's a very good effort from the guys for Masqueraders, deservedly winning this game by 7 wickets.
Yeah, really excellent overall from the Masqueraders. Initially, we thought that it was going to be a miserly target to reach, but at the same point in time, we saw how difficult it was after losing 3 early wickets, and to still come back and have that partnership at that crucial point in time, it does well for the maturity of these players and the intelligence levels they're showing out there, not to be defeated mentally and to just focus on the task ahead. So kudos to the Masqueraders, who have won by 7 wickets, and we look forward to the second round of games on the 12th of April, next week Wednesday in fact, where the Flamingos will take on the Masqueraders right here at the National Cricket Centre, and the Scarlet Ibis will take on the Hummingbirds at Inchinali Park in Presal. So from all of us here at the Cricket 360 team, we'd like to say thank you for viewing this match today. Thank you for joining us at all points in time. We look forward to you joining the stream in the Tobago T10 Blast this afternoon as well. And we wish everyone a blessed afternoon. Take care.